Like West Coast?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, man. So you getting excited for this brew day?
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Can't wait to try this new yeast strain and brew up something nice.
Sweet. I got 2 sheets. Let me get rid of this one. I'm gonna get real confused real quick if I don't throw that out. So that's
rid of the old
the
one.
updated
All right.
one. Okay. I feel like I'm in a newsroom.
Reporting live from the brew deck.
All right. Well, hey everybody. Happy Tuesday. I'm here with Devin from White Labs.
How's it going?
Good, man. So you guys brewed a cold IPA with this yeast strain that we've been working together on. Well, you've been working on, we've been kind of putting some input on, but not really. So we're going to try and rebrew that today.
Yeah. Do you want to go a bit about like what the background of this yeast strain was, or like what your guys' idea of and what we try to create for you guys of a yeast strain?
Yeah, I think so, but do you want to do that once
Yeah.
we're mashed in?
Yeah,
way
we
it
can
gives
definitely do it.
Gives us something
Yeah.
to talk about, and people are, that way we keep things moving. But yeah, so we'll definitely jump on that. We'll talk about the yeast, so stick around to learn more about that. And we're just going to do the water additions and then grind the grains, and then
Yeah.
once we're mashed in,
And
we'll
we're brewing
jump into
a
the yeast.
nice crispy cold IPA, right?
Heck yeah, man. Should be good. Yeah, it looks like we can get into a little bit more, but just Pilsner, flaked rice, and carafoam.
Yeah.
So
Nice and simple.
sweet. So let's get these water salts measured out. And I'm not great at water chemistry, so I always just use Beersmith, and then just hope it's right, and it's better than I'm gonna do on my own. I've used brewing water a little bit, but I just find Beersmith to be easier to use.
I sometimes ask John Palmer here and there just because he knows so much about water chemistry.
All right, so we're gonna swap around here, and then I've got little dishes there. It looks like we're gonna do
Adding.
6 grams of gypsum, which will be, there you go.
Do you have a spoon or anything? Or
Nah, just freehand it. You got it.
6 grams?
Yeah,
All right.
doesn't need to be like overly precise. Anybody got any questions out there? What's up, Brian? I want to give a shout out to Brian from Short Circuit as well, and also CH from Homebrew for Life. We picked their brains on how to actually do a live stream. Gave us some great input, so appreciate that. I said CH. I'm getting word from producers that I need to thank CH, but I already did. CH, thanks, bud, and Brian as well. Appreciate it. So yeah, we're just measuring this out. Where are we at? That's perfect.
6.2.
That's good. And then we're gonna do 1.6 grams of salt, non-iodized. And yeah, man. So I'm pretty excited.
Yeah.
Has anybody out there brewed cold IPAs? Is that a style people are into? Is anybody into that type of thing? Let me know. I've had a few. I enjoy them. They're light, they're crispy, hoppy, crushable for the summer.
Yeah. Especially with how hot it's been.
Yeah, dude. And then calcium chloride, just 0.8.
0.8.
And that'll be the last addition. So yeah, man.
Here we go.
Looking, sounding good. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate it, Brian. Is it even a style? I don't know. Is it?
Are we talking IPLs, hoppy lagers, cold IPAs?
Cold IPAs. Is that officially a style?
I believe so nowadays, but I still get confused. But they're all cold, crispy,
Yeah.
hoppy lagers, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm more of a dark beer guy, so which is funny because we rarely get to brew them because everybody loves IPAs. So just like in the brewing, commercial brewers, you know.
Yeah.
So here's a Camden tablet. We're using city water, so I'm gonna add half of that and just put it in here
Crush
as
that
well.
up.
Yeah. Sweet. So I'm gonna jump around the front so we can add this safely. Kill the pump. If you want to
Nice.
toss those
Yeah.
in.
So toss all three in.
Sweet. And then I know we have a grain basket somewhere too.
Yeah.
God, where'd that grain basket go?
Oh. Now we got toss that in as well.
Sweet. So we're gonna add the grain basket in. Turn our pump back on. I'm gonna clear this out. All right.
Now we got the grain.
Got the grains. Yeah, if you want to grab that bucket,
Yeah.
that'd be great.
Yeah.
I'll hop back around. Yeah, so it's a pretty simple grain build. It's literally just Pilsner malt, a little bit of flaked rice, and carafoam. And we're basically brewing the same, or as much as we can, we're trying to brew the same recipe that White Labs did all the yeast testing with. So we're kind of basing our recipe as close as possible onto that.
Yeah, we ended up making this recipe just because we needed something cold and crushable in the tasting room during summer. So
Sweet.
It already sold out after the first iteration, so we're actually rebrewing it right now.
Oh, nice. So will that
so-
be on tap in Asheville or just San Diego?
I'm not too sure.
Okay.
It always depends on what gets sent out over here
Right.
to Asheville. Currently, we're only brewing in San Diego, so
Gotcha. Yeah,
we'll
because you
see.
guys have a new brewery in Asheville,
Yes.
but you're just getting it set up right now.
getting it rolling and making sure everything's up to spec.
Sweet. Cool. I'm going to let you do the pouring if you're cool with that.
Yeah. That works for me.
And then we got our gap set pretty tight. Still might do a double crush though, just because I always advocate it. So I figure I should probably practice what I preach.
All right.
Cool.
Ready to rock and
Yep.
roll?
And I don't know if anybody's going to be able to hear over this. Riveting content right here.
Milling it out.
Oh man, probably should have done this off camera. Note to self.
Just throwing it back on, yeah. Live and learn.
Yep. And then we're gonna add the carafoam, and that's 13.6 ounces. I said we were going to do double crush, but I don't think I need to subject everybody to that noise.
Any reason why you usually prefer a double crush?
Because with our system, it's brew in the bags. We have
Better
the grain.
efficiency.
Yeah, the double crush will just increase the efficiency. We don't have to worry about a stuck sparge because you're literally just pulling the basket out.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
but I think next time I'll probably grind the grains off camera. But shameless plug, if you do need a grain mill, we have them on our website, clawhammersupply.com.
Nice.
So we should be in good shape. I might do a double.
Might,
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to. I think this gap is a little wider than I thought it was. I did not inspect it. I might actually reset that.
Yeah.
Oh, riveting. But
Live and learn, right?
yeah, probably
There's
should.
quite a bit of uncrushed in here.
Yeah, that's really loose. Grab a tool real quick. What's that?
Loosen this guy first.
I was trying. Yeah, that's what I was just doing. It was super tight. So Devin, I don't know if you want to maybe let folks know kind of your role at White Labs and.
Yeah, sure. Hey guys, again, my name's Devin. I'm the education coordinator here at White Labs. Previously, I was the lab tech. I used to work in the analytical lab, so we do TTB, third-party analysis, almost like beer forensics on finished beers, but not only beers, but mead, wine, all the different testing. So I used to do a bunch of QA/QC. I was a lab guy for the longest time.
Okay.
I used to do a bunch of R&D for White Labs, and then they moved me over to marketing and education because I guess I was good at talking, good at giving presentations. So
Okay.
now we do workshops, do a bunch of talks at a bunch of beer conferences. If you ever see blogs or anything, usually that comes from the R&D sector and trying to make it digestible for everyone.
Okay. So your background originally was like on the lab side.
Yeah, I'm a science guy. I'm a
Okay.
lab tech, so.
So that's like your formal
Yeah,
schooling, whatever. Okay. That's pretty sweet.
So I still love that stuff. So I still geek out about the newest trends and the latest research.
Sweet. If anybody has, I guess, probably yeast-related questions would probably be the time to ask because this guy knows obviously way more than anybody.
I wouldn't say.
No?
Just like science, you're always learning.
That's true.
There's always new stuff coming out. I see someone ask what sort of schooling I had. I actually was a BS in chemistry, but I took the UCSD beer certificate. So a bunch of breweries in the San Diego region, helped train. I interned at Carl Strauss, and it was a great program. Got my foot in the door into the brewing industry, so that's where my schooling came from. All right,
Sweet.
round two.
Let me get my drill. This should hopefully work out better.
Let's get it finer.
I think that was set for corn. Only a little bit of a mess.
Still tiny, baby.
Just used a lager yeast with ale temps to ferment. Do you have any opinion on those types of yeast?
Yeah, I know certain lager strains can't really ferment at hotter temperatures. There are some that can. I know we recently did a R&D research about growth temperatures of different lager strains. So if you go on whitelabs.com and look at some blogs, I know our R&D team grew some lager yeast on a petri dish at like 13 Celsius, 14 Celsius, and some yeast weren't able to grow. It's also helping determine which ones are more ale-like versus lager-like. So what's crazy about lager yeast and the newer research is the fusion, all right? It's a crossbreed between Cerevisiae and Eubayanus. So almost like chromosomes and genes, sometimes you can have a split of like, oh, 3 of these are more Cerevisiae and 1's Eubayanus, or 2's Cerevisiae and 2's Eubayanus. So those traits almost like dominant versus hereditary strains. Some traits of like, oh, I'm tall and you're short, sort of traits come out and you see on lager strains.
So then basically if you want to use a lager yeast at ale temp, probably just do some research to make sure that's not going to produce like super weird off flavors.
Correct. So I would go more for the ale-like strains that have more of those ale genes in them.
Cool. Well, I'm going to kill the pump so we can add, we're mashing at 150 today. And we're kind of doing a quicker brew day. So we're just doing a 30-minute mash, 30-minute boil. And we're shooting for like a 1050, 1052. Mm-hmm. All right. If you want to add those in.
We got a paddle? Or?
Yeah, I'll grab one. Put this down. Oh, flake. I'm going to pop this in here as well. That was just flaked rice, so we didn't need to grind that. I don't know if I've ever brewed with flaked rice before. Yeah. It just helps like lighten the body, just fermentables with not much else.
Pretty much.
Similar to like a flake corn, but you gotta get the flavor. Turn the heat off real quick while we add this, so we don't overshoot.
Our temp.
Yeah, it's not circulating, so
Yeah.
sometimes, especially if you get a dough ball or two, it might take you a few minutes to
get it all mixed in.
To recoup. Sweet.
Every last drop.
It always smells good.
Yeah. Some of my favorite parts about brewing.
And we're using the Riverbend malt,
Ooh, okay.
which is a local Asheville malt company. I really like their malt, so typically try and buy their malt if they have it at the hardware shop. And Ted,
that's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, Ted usually has it. So
support local maltsters. And all that.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, our closest one in California is up in Northern California of Admiral Malting. But
yeah, they have a really, really sweet facility. If you haven't checked it out, we have an older video where we went and checked out their malt house.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's pretty sweet. And they've added quite a bit to it since we've been there, so equipment-wise. So.
I know. Also, our crew sometimes goes and visits.
Yeah,
I really want to
cool.
go check it out.
Yeah, it's definitely worth going in. Cool. So I feel like that is good.
Nice and mixed up.
And then pop our lid back on. And I'm gonna jump around, try not to block all the cameras. And then just opening the ball valve back up, turn the pump back on, turn the heat back on, and then I'm gonna set my timer.
30 minutes?
30 minutes. All right, 30 minutes. All right, cool.
Sweet.
Yeah, so figure now that we're mashing, only made a little bit of a mess. And I'm blaming you for that.
Hey, brew day always makes a mess, right?
100%. So, cool. Yeah, so we kind of working in the background, working on a yeast with you guys, which is really, really cool. I believe it's going to be called
WLP 808 Mythical Hammer Lager Yeast Blend.
Yeah. So, Mythical Hammer, and it was
808.
808.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. So, yeah, if you want to just dive into maybe some more detail, the reason we're brewing a cold IPA, IPL, whatever you want to call it, is so we can kind of showcase this yeast. So,
I know, right? We pretty much collaborated, worked together, almost trying to get all around like lager strain, like trying something that could withstand pressurized fermentations and unpressurized, something that could withstand different temperatures.
Kind of accentuate the hop character, a little bit of the fruitiness that, I've been kind of really into. So, but yeah, I think that was our main goal when we came to you, or not when we started working on this, was like, me and Kyle were like, well, we want to be able to ferment lagers under pressure, not pressure. Want to be able to do it warmer if possible. Not everybody has access to temperature control, so we kind of wanted something we could push a little bit more than, a standard yeast strain. So, but super stoked. And this will be a limited release? Is that how it's working?
It's going to be a limited release. We actually just revamped our customer club to now Fermentation Society. We're focusing a lot on 2024 of better re-engagement for you guys, the homebrewers, of rekindling that experimentation factor of like homebrewing and just having that fun of there's so much creativity out there. So having that access to as many strains as possible and collecting these strains. We're with each of these strain releases, we're actually having collectible pins to go along with them. So we're releasing stuff from the vault that probably hasn't been seen in a while.
Which is cool.
And just giving that openness of like, hey, brew with this. Like a lot of times that's the fun of brewing, is trying new things.
Right. So if it's not available now,
yes, pre-orders are going to be available in early October, and then shipments would be early November around.
And we'll obviously keep you guys up to date and do pre-orders and all that stuff, but it's super exciting. Mythical Hammer.
Yeah.
And we're...
Do you want to talk about what's available today?
Yeah, we could. Yeah, we could talk about again what's yes, what's available currently now for that pre-order and all that. So this is one of my personal favorite strains is the freaking yeast blend. So it's WLP 096. This was actually inspired by, again, science. Of back in 2013, we collabed with Illumina, which is a huge biotech company in San Diego, and we're able to fully genetically sequence 96 of our strains, hence the 096. And it became almost like an ancestry or like 23andMe, and like learning the genetic makeup of these 96 strains and almost like a family hierarchy and tree of like, oh, these beer clave ones came from like Britain and US, these came from Germany, and just seeing how those genes make up. And it was a really, really cool study.
Okay.
And then we just had some fun with it and made a conglomerate mixed culture blend and pitched it all at once. So I don't know if anyone's heard of our like Franken Stout, but we always try to release it during October. I believe we're also releasing it this year to go along with this freaking yeast blend.
Yeah,
but
I'm excited for
it's
the
a
release.
stout with a bunch of different strains, and it's almost like survival of the fittest. You get some interesting, unique notes of
Sweet.
Belgian and whatever.
So that is available now if someone wanted to buy
Yes.
this. And they would go to White Labs
Yes.
and then go to the Fermentation Society?
Yes, so if you actually go on whitelabs.com or yeastman.com, you would just sign up. You do not need to put down a credit card or anything, but we just, with our database, we do need an address and everything, but there is a login click box form of enroll in Fermentation Society, and
Okay.
you'll just click that, and whenever you pre-order this yeast strain, it automatically adds that pin until the pin runs out. So
Cool.
one per order for 096, and then and we're gonna try to release them almost quarterly or bi-monthly, and
Sweet.
trying to get new yeast strains out there.
And then can you ask your homebrew shop to order them, or do you have to go through yourself, do you know?
So currently, as we're revamping this, we're also trying to work with our homebrew retailers and try to get them the knowledge they need to order it. But
Okay.
currently, I would do it
Make sure
through
yourself.
White Labs.
Okay.
But eventually, yes, you should be able to do it
Okay.
through your retailer.
Maybe ask them if they're going to get some. Or,
Yes.
Okay, cool.
But currently, do it through yeastman.com.
Okay, sweet.
And
And-
about the recipe to have that queued up.
The recipe, yeah. So this is based off of a 10-barrel batch that you guys brewed, which is basically a 5-barrel batch because you guys split pitch it. So it's a 10-barrel batch that kind of did our best to scale it down to a 5-gallon batch. But it looks like I had the sheets here. I have I'll just go off our sheet because I don't have the official sheet. So when I went to the homebrew shop, I took the last hitter flaked rice, so we're a little bit short on that. So it's 16.6% flaked rice, 7.4% carafoam, and 76% Pilsner malt, which is really close to what the original grain bill was. And then in terms of hops, we're using, it looks like Centennial for the bittering hop, and then Citra and Simcoe for the Whirlpool
Yeah, the late edition.
slash dry hops. I think we're going to do everything in the Whirlpool.
Yes.
Versus doing a dry hop, and it's kind of twofold. A lot of times I get busy here, and it's just one more thing to add that you might forget. And two, it's just easier to Whirlpool. And I guess the third thing is we're going to be doing it under pressure.
Yeah.
So we're kind of just going to let it hang out under pressure. I don't necessarily want to open it back up and add them. So we're going to just do all Whirlpool, let it chill. And then where we're gonna deviate the most is you guys spunted this off, but you also fermented it a lot colder than we're going to. And that's kind of the beauty of this yeast is we're gonna push it towards the higher end. So we're gonna keep it under pressure, and we're gonna ferment just at room temp. Excuse me. And right now, our office is around 74. So
Yeah.
that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna let the pressure hopefully suppress any of the weird
Esters
weird
or-
esters and off flavors, and then hopefully with, decent amount of Whirlpool hops, we'll get the fruity kind of, that intense citrus,
Yep.
What you're looking for. So it looks like we'll be doing 6 ounces in the
nice.
Whirlpool. So should be pretty decent. And then it's just a 1.15 ounces bittering addition. It's only, I think it's like 42 IBUs. I think
Yeah.
your recipe is 39.5. And, with brewing software, the IBU stuff, I feel like
Yeah.
it's always kind of like, I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes I'll put it in there and it'll say it's way more IBUs than I feel like you get at the end
Yes.
beer. So I think a lot of it, like if you're brewing this a few times, we could probably dial in the bittering addition a little bit more. So we might, I almost feel like it might be a little light on the bittering addition, but
We'll see.
we'll
Yeah.
see. I mean, that's the only way to know if you're going to dial a recipe and you got to brew it a few times.
You gotta
so.
play around with it.
But it should be good because it's based off a known good recipe. So that's kind of what we're going with, kind of just basing it off what your head brewer came up with.
And what's also crazy about like IBUs too is like even yeast strains reduce IBUs or like interact differently. So again, you won't really know until you brew with it a couple times and fine tune. So again, that's the
Actually,
fun of experimentation.
Well, I'm thinking about, I'm going to take the yeast out so it starts to warm up. And then on these pure pitches for a 1052 beer, do you know how many I should grab?
Let's see if you want to hand me one of these. What's nice about the new pure pitches, and what I love about it, is the convenience. So they do have a QR code in the back of the pouch, so I can just scan it. For the beer styles for the strain, like I said, we're trying to just make a all-around lager yeast blend. So almost like something comparable to 001 of trying to do everything and anything. It should come out pretty crisp and clean, and hopefully withstand higher temperatures, higher pressurized fermentations, unpressurized fermentations. I know it does have, one of the blends does have a high acting beta lyase, so hopefully there also is some biotransformation happening, and we'll get some other fruited notes and almost stylized interactions. But what's nice is I could scan the QR code and go straight to my pitch rate calculator.
Okay. So that's right off the QR code.
Yeah.
That's nice.
And then I could be like,
Yeah, and it looks
let's see,
like
5 gallons, 70. And what's the cigar?
it's looking like a 1052 is what we're shooting for.
52. I'm actually gonna lower that.
So that, yeah. So this is the kind of pre-production pack of the Mythical Hammer. I don't know.
Can you pull it together?
Can you? Oh, you can zoom. Technology. So I'm gonna put it here just because my hands are probably gonna shake when it's zoomed. So that's the new packet. If you haven't seen it, you're calling it the Pure Pitch.
Next generation, yeah. Pure pitch, next generation.
Okay, Pure Pitch was the original.
Yes.
Okay,
So,
so this is just the next generation. Gotcha.
so,
And is it more yeast than the original?
so what's crazy about this new package is my favorite part is we honed in more on the precision of the cell count. So
Okay.
from Pure Pitch, you could get a wider range of how many cells you're getting per each pack.
Okay.
And this one's a lot more honed in. You're getting a more precise count. So
Gotcha. So more
almost,
consistency in the amount of yeast that's in each packet.
because a lot of times people are thinking of like volume or like overall yeast, but what really matters is how many million cells per mil or per degree plater you're pitching, because you want that specific pitch rate for consistent cell growth and consistent beer flavor, right? Because the more cells grow, the more flavor you're gonna get.
The happier. Mm-hmm. So when you did the calculator on your phone, on the website,
Yes.
do we need one or two?
I'm gonna go with 2 just because we are pressurized. So
Okay.
I'm treating it a bit like a lager.
Gotcha.
So I'm gonna do a higher pitch rate, and I believe the pitch rate it came out with 2 packages is a 1.23 million cells per mil per degree Plato. So I'm going with that higher lager pitch rate.
Okay.
Just again, due
Due
to
to pressure, because
due
it's
to,
putting
yeah,
more stress.
stress.
Okay. Okay, so that's something good to think about. Not only the cold, but the pressure will do the same thing.
Yes.
have I? So I was just looking to see if there's any more questions out there. I see some familiar names out there. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Wish I was brewing. Hey, man.
Oh yeah, Oktoberfest beers too are coming down the pipeline.
Yeah, so I guess you could probably squeeze one in if you did a lager
pressurized,
or
yeah.
a pressure.
Kill out some time too.
Yeah, if you did a pressurized or if you did a lager at ale temps maybe to speed it up, would that do it or no?
What's crazy is one of the cold IPAs we did do was actually ale yeast at a lager temperature. So we actually did 001 at a lower temperature just to see what came out, and you got more of the hop notes of like a hop pellet, of more like resiny, very like vegetal.
Okay.
But it was a fun experiment, you know, just pushing the limits of 001.
Gotcha. So you're getting more kind of earthy, less of the kind of fruity and more of like
Earth
the danky.
tones, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's really cool. Sweet. So let me check our timer just to make sure. 15 minutes. Okay, cool. Sweet. So we're good on time.
You can hardly even, we're spraying, you can hardly even hear the pump.
Did I not turn it on?
Oh yeah.
That's a quiet pump, Kyle.
Oh wow.
So that's the spray valve. I'm not sure how many people are familiar with our system, but it's pretty simple. Just the hose is attached to the pump, comes back, and then comes through the lid to our spray valve, and it just recirculates, so keeps the temperature consistent, and it helps with the efficiency. And then also on the lid here, some of you may have noticed that we have a 90 coming off now. It used to just come straight up, which kind of wasn't the most ideal thing, because sometimes it could kink, but it was more just kind of clumsy looking.
Okay. So it's a lot easier.
Yeah, so it just comes straight down. So if anybody's interested in the 90 fitting, we do have those for sale now. We just did a small run of them, but we will be doing more of them. But we do have plenty in stock if anybody does want that. Just kind of cleans up the flow. Martin from Homebrew Challenge was the one that requested that.
Oh,
so,
nice.
So we made that happen. So we do take feedback from obviously Martin, but like all of our customers.
Yep.
You know, we kind of try and improve things over time as we notice things could use a little improvement. So.
Yeah, we're definitely the same way. Of like,
Yeah.
if anything's up, please email us at like info@whitelabs.com. We're always learning. Like I said, science is always a learning curve. So
Yeah,
we're always there for you.
So if
guys.
someone, like even on the homebrew scale, if they had like a question on the yeast or an issue with fermentation, could they shoot someone an email?
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
So
Okay.
I know we have a live chat on
Oh,
Yeastman
wow.
as well, but if
Okay.
not, feel free to send an email at info@whitelabs.com.
Seriously, okay.
And yeah, we
That's-
answer anything and everything.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah.
That's
We,
crazy.
we have great CSRs
Yeah.
on the line all the time. So
You get to talk to Chris White.
yeah.
Who you talk with?
I know. No, not ChatGPT. Actually, our live CSRs, but hopefully we'll get almost a round table with Dr. Chris White too. So if you're able to join this Fermentation Society, you'll get newsletters of like the latest happenings of our newest strains, what's happening on our kitchen and tap side, our brewco side of like what we're brewing, what foods we're fermenting, and then yeah, we're trying to get more input and round table of like, hey, you want to chat with Chris White? We'll make it happen, and we could talk about anything and
Sweet.
everything.
Yeah, because it's funny because I'll see posts in forums or groups or whatever, and it's like all these yeast questions, and I'm like, I never even thought to like be like, oh, I'll just email White Labs.
Yeah.
Like, but that'd probably make the most sense because you guys are probably more tuned in than anybody. Not that you can't get good answers elsewhere, but I guess if you had a question you couldn't figure out,
Yeah,
it could
shoot
be a
us
good
something.
resource. So I'm just looking at the. Oh, we got beer and barbecue. Larry, what's up, man? Good to see you. Hey, Dave, what's up? My buddy Dave's apparently not working today and watching the stream.
Nice.
So, yeah, thanks for tuning in, guys. Looking at the 10-gallon 240 system, an upgrade for my anvil. Yeah, if you have any questions, let us know. Shoot us an email for sure. have you tried brewing beer yeast from wild berries, and what was the outcome? I'm currently running this as an experiment. We tried to do that a couple years ago, and I think it's probably, if you're not like doing tests and stuff like that, it's probably just luck.
Yes,
Like if you get a good strain right off the rip, like heck yeah, that's awesome. But I think you could easily. I mean, you're obviously gonna know more than I do, but from when we tried it, like everything that showed up, because we had you guys analyze it, was like, you don't want to use this for beer because it'll be absolutely
wild
terrible.
yeast or some other things. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
that's all hard about wild captures is, again, what people don't realize is yeast have been domesticated for so long. So they're pretty much our dogs versus our wolves. So like they've been domesticated and trained of like, oh, we used to top crop and harvest the yeast and pick the best ones to survive, almost like a sourdough mother or culture.
Right.
So over time, they've learned to ferment beer and thrive in that environment because it's a toxic environment. So finding a wild capture, it's still doable, but yeah, it's like finding a needle in a haystack. Of you have to find something that ferments maltose, has a great attenuation rate. So we do get a bunch of wild captures, but the attenuation is like 20%. So maybe you're mix pitching it. Maybe you're pitching that first and pitching a regular yeast strain afterward.
Okay. Do you know what we did forget to do? Was check the pH of this mash. 'Cause we got jumping in. I'm just gonna just take a reading.
We could always adjust it afterwards too.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be fine, but it might be a little high because it's all Pilsner malt for the most part. But so we'll
cool it down a bit.
Let that cool. I might throw it in the fridge for a minute. Yeah, we'll let that chill. I usually try and do it within like 5 minutes. So 5 minutes at the beginning, not when there's 5 minutes left in it. But
again, we'll roll with the punches just after.
I'm
It
sure
should be all right. Yeah.
I'm sure we're not the first people to forget to take a pH reading.
Hopefully, yeah, and we shouldn't get too many tannin from it. Hopefully not. But
It'll be fine. It'll be fine. So,
man, getting yeast international. I know. Sometimes shipping liquid yeast is very, very hard. So we've actually expanded our market, trying to get more opportunities for every brewer out there. So we actually are coming out with. We have 2 dry yeasts now. So we have WLP 001 California yeast, as well as our top-selling hazy strain of WLP 066 London Fog. So those 2 are now available in dry, and we're also trying to get lager yeast available in dry. Again, just to provide more opportunities, also help with international shipping because
liquid yeast. Yeah.
Sometimes it gets stuck in customs. Sometimes other things show up.
In the dry yeast, you don't really have. It's in a package that's protected.
So a lot more shelf stable.
Gotcha.
It's like 2 years. More opportunities, But I still love our liquid yeast. Just a lot more varieties out there on liquid side.
Right.
But yeah, the dry technology has improved so much that's why
it's offering more, which is great. Yeah, because if you live somewhere where you can't ship liquid yeast, hopefully dry yeast will be an option because, like you said, you can easily ship it. So that's really cool. It's hard to get here in Brazil. Yeah, I'm sure. What's WLP 800?
That's our Pilsner.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a great one as well.
I'm always amazed when people like spit out the only one I know by heart is 001.
Okay, yeah, California.
Like especially like being around white labs or in the brewery, or like people are just like throwing numbers back and forth. I'm like,
I speak in gibberish. I speak in acronyms and code all the time, and
so 800,
I even forget.
800 you said was the.
I believe that's our Pilsner lager. Yeah, lager.
Okay, so he's doing a crispy boy, brewing Brad. Sweet. Heck yeah. Did anybody brew over the weekend? I know long weekends sometimes are good for that, sometimes are bad for that, just depending on, if you have parties or whatnot. But I did not brew.
I did not brew either. But
well, I guess
at least we got a brew in right now,
So, but yeah, so I think we might be chilled down enough.
Get our pH reading.
I'm gonna guess it's like 5, 6. I calibrated this morning too. What's that?
Old standard.
I mean, I even calibrated it before the brew day and forgot to actually use it. You could just let go.
5.9.
That can't be right.
It's pretty high, yeah.
Can that be right? That can't be right.
That's pretty high. Should we recalibrate? And,
Maybe, yeah. I'm thinking.
Rinse it off with some water.
I did calibrate it, but our solution is a little bit on the age side.
Yeah.
Which I'm not sure. Does that?
Yeah, that definitely affects it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, whenever your readings don't come out right, yeah, just double check your calibration date, double check your buffers. But yeah, pH readings are super, super important on the brew day.
And how long do buffers usually last
It usually has it on
on the thing?
on the buffer, yeah. So I guess it depends on the provider.
Probably like 10 years ago.
Oh, that probably then degraded quite a bit.
You get like actual sponge.
Sure.
What do you want for the calibration here? Anything in particular besides the buffers?
No. Sometimes I rinse it off too with some DI water.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm mainly looking for the pH level, as well as some of your pH meters will give you the millivolts, so I could keep track of like the slope of my pH, so that stays consistent, you know.
All right. So here's some DI water.
You push the, you do the reading, just like push it forward. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do your thing.
Yep, sounds good.
All right. So I think ours does 7 first.
Let's rinse it off in between, so let's calibrate.
Yeah. I don't know why this one's so empty compared.
Do I have to hit?
Once that little thing in the upper left, stopwatch or sand timer, what's that called?
Oh, yeah.
Once that's done,
Yeah.
just hit the CFM button. It'll disappear.
Once the timer goes,
It'll
yeah.
disappear. Yeah, timer. Like a sand timer
Yeah,
for a
yeah,
video
yeah.
game.
Like,
Does that have a
yeah.
name? I don't know.
The board game timers. Yeah,
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
What's that called? Anybody out there?
Hourglass timer?
Hourglass.
Okay.
Is that what it is? Hey man, it's Tuesday morning. I don't
It's
know.
early.
Is it still there?
Yeah.
Dang. But yeah, I did. Yeah, I wonder what the date is on this.
Yeah, sometimes I write the dates on the cap or on the bottle just in case.
Yeah, it looks like it's almost even like worn off. I mean, it's probably a couple years old.
Probably time for a new one.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Still going. I wonder if it's because this is in
yeah.
here. It might have been like, wait, it's too hot. All right.
Yeah.
Gotta find that beef on. Keg my first competition brew yesterday. Tribute to Anchor Stream. Sweet. What competition are you entering the Tribute to Anchor Stream in? Well, I don't know if I trust this at all. Yeah, you want to try it again? I would just do it on off.
Are you not able to get it calibrated?
No. I always turn it on and off just to see. So it usually takes maybe 10, 15 seconds for
Okay.
the hourglass to
Yeah.
go away. but it's that was like, I don't know, minute
Yeah.
plus. I mean, the mash is gonna be over by the time we know what our pH is.
Do you do the high first? Or you do the low first?
It tells you to do the
It tells
7.
you to do the high first, yeah. But yeah, it's definitely,
Yeah, learn your instruments and equipment.
it calibrated fine earlier, which is the weird part.
Could be a connection thing too.
Yeah, I don't know.
Also, depending on how old your probe is.
The probe's fairly new because
Okay.
we shattered it when we moved. So we replaced the I mean, it's not like brand new, but I have the directions up and everything. Wait till the hourglass symbol turns off and it stops blinking and press the CFM button.
Alright. It's,
Did it finally stop?
yeah.
Oh,
But
cool.
it's still blinking.
There we go. Riveting.
Science.
Our county fair has the homebrew comp. Sweet. So are you gonna bottle those, can those? I've never done any competition brewing, so I'm not familiar with. Have you done any competition like
I
homebrew
have
stuff?
not.
No.
Yeah. I know I've judged a couple here and there, but
Okay.
I've never entered any of my beers in there.
Gotcha. Oh, cool. Sweet. Okay. Well, let's give it another. I'm gonna rinse those guys.
There's our timer.
There's our mash is done. We might know what our pH is. That looks more realistic.
It's climbing.
Well, it's,
Pretty light water.
it is light.
Add some acid. It's reading around 5.8 right now, so
5.8. So it's definitely better than what it was reading before.
Yeah.
It was like over 6, which I've never seen.
Yeah.
So it's like that can't be right.
it's just plain water.
All right. All right. All right. That was just a little bit of lactic acid. Drop that pH down. Ideally, you would have done that a while ago,
Yeah.
but better late than never. That's what I've always said.
Yep.
So I think we'll let that maybe hang out for a couple minutes, take another
Mix
reading
a bit, yeah.
just to see.
Should we dump this back in, or?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're gonna boil it,
Yeah.
so may as well not waste the wort. Oh, the kimchi fries, those are
Ooh,
good.
Yes, those
Those
are
are
some of my favorites. I
Yeah.
can't get that out in San Diego, but I could still get the pizza out in San Diego. But
Oh,
yeah,
they don't
the-
have the fries there.
They don't have
Gotcha.
the fries, so yeah, that homemade kimchi and the
That is good.
lactobacillus fries. Yeah, we actually use our own lactobacillus
Yeah.
on those fries to like almost
And
eat up the carbs and
the pizza's really good too.
yeah.
So definitely worth a visit. Yeah, dude. So surprised there's not more yeast questions out there, but I
Do
guess
you have any of these questions?
man, I went to, obviously you were there, but White Labs does classes and courses, and me and Kyle went last week for a couple days to the Yeast Essentials. It was really cool. Got to use a microscope for the first time, and it was really interesting, but I don't know if I have specific questions because I feel like not a lot of it went over my head because it was obviously geared towards professional brewers
Yes,
and that
yeah.
stuff. And but I can't really think of anything off the top of my head. But I did learn a lot, and
Nice.
the slides are super nice because you could always go back and reference them. So yeah, I think courses and stuff like that is, you know, especially if you take homebrewing really seriously, is a good thing. It kind of depends, you know, where you're on homebrewing you slide. Yeah, some people are just like whatever, which I'm kind of in between whatever and nerdy. And then, you know, obviously you have people that are like super serious, super nerdy. So, but it's really cool that there are resources out there, and like you can just sign up as a home brewer to go to one of those. Like you
Yes.
don't have to be a commercial brewer. It's like, oh, I just want to learn more about yeast or how to slant yeast or how to propagate yeast, which was stuff I'd never seen before that I thought was super cool. And the other, like other cool things, I guess we'll talk about it now, may as well, is because it's something that's easily accessible to homebrewers that costs nothing to do, is these roll pack bags. And correct me if I'm wrong, but from the class, what you do is post-boil, you fill one of these bags up, or a couple, or but for homebrewing, I'm thinking one bag will be sufficient.
Yeah.
And then just let it hang out.
Yeah.
You close the bag, obviously, after you fill it.
Yeah.
And then just kind of let it hang out at room temperature. And then just, if nothing grows, like you're cool.
Yeah.
If stuff grows, then maybe you have an infection somewhere in your system, whether it's like in the chiller or elsewhere, or just in your cleanliness overall. Is that kind of the overall?
That's the overall general idea, yeah. So that's the forced Wort test.
Okay.
Super easy. All you need is a sterile vial. So you could use like these Whirl packs, which are
They're cheap. Yeah.
dirt
like
cheap,
on
yeah.
Amazon, like a few, I don't know, pennies a piece probably.
Yeah, and it's just a safeguard for contamination of like just checking if your wort is clean. So pretty much like what Emmett was saying is you just collect it right after your heat exchanger, right after the hot side. You could collect it from your fermenter, and you could just see fill it up. You don't even have to fill it all the way,
Right.
and see if it bloats. So this is going to be before the yeast pitch. So
Right.
if it's just clean wort, there shouldn't be any organisms in it, right? The boil should have killed off anything. Nothing should be producing CO2 or inflating this bag. So you just collect some clean wort in here, let it lay around your house for a couple of days, and if it does inflate and bloat, that means, hey, maybe your gaskets, maybe something that it touched, maybe there is leftover yeast that you use in a different brew, or it is some other like bug bacteria that you don't want in your brew. So this is just a quick safeguard of like, hopefully it doesn't inflate, and hopefully your wort's clean.
And if it does inflate, I would say let it roll.
Yeah, and
Check it out. And
check it out, but it might not turn the way you want it. It might turn sour.
But it might be a happy accident too.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't freak out. Like obviously in commercial setting, you might want to freak out because that's a
it's
lot of money.
packaged, yep,
Yeah, you're gonna package it. But like a home brewing, it's like, well, just let it ride,
and see what turns out.
you might have a cool pellicle, or
Yeah.
it might be gross. But I don't know. It's just something that never occurred to me to like just do that.
And how quick and easy
yeah,
it is.
it costs pretty much nothing. I mean, you could. These are probably the easiest way to do it, but like you said, you could use a sterilized beaker or whatever.
Yeah, something small. Yeah.
I was going to point to something, but
Yeah, you'll usually see some like sediment, almost like some stuff growing. But yeah, a lot of times too, you'll get some protein. So don't be scared of any protein at the bottom. But if it does inflate, some organism
something.
is producing
Something's in
CO2. Yeah.
And typically that'd be bacteria or yeast, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Because bacteria can also create CO2.
Some.
Some.
Yes. Someone just had a question about yeast blending. I personally love yeast blending, like how we were talking about wild captures and all that. Is I see a lot more yeast blending happening of getting the best of both worlds, of maybe getting some of those like wild capture aromas. I know Yeast Bay has that Rafiki strain. I'm probably not saying it right, but it was almost like a wild capture they had from Berkeley Hills, and you could get some great aromas from that, or even like a wild use of Torula spora, of something that adds an extra bump of aroma, and then finishing it off with a new strain, or even a West Coast and English strain of like best of both worlds. Or maybe you want something that's going to dry it out from the West Coast, so like the higher attenuation, but you still want some multi characters and those esters that you get from an English strain, and blending them together.
And then do you have to worry about one dominating over the other?
Yes, in a sense here and there, but like what's nice is if you're not really repitching it, it's not going to change
Gotcha.
too much.
Right.
But over generations, yes, that blend composition
The
might
dominant one.
change. Yeah.
Okay. And then on so Chad's saying he's on his 5th gen of Lutra. And Lutra, that's another, is that a hazy strain?
That is a Kvike strain.
A
We
Kvike, that's
actually
right, that's right.
do not have a comparison for Lutra. Our favorite Kvike strain, we have 4 different ones. We have 2 that are core, so available year-round, and 2 that you could get that hopefully maybe will be released during our Fermentation Society Vault releases. So we
Okay.
do have 4 different types of Kvike strains, but our favorite is 518, our Opshog Kvike.
Okay, I've used that.
And yeah, that's actually the strain that's in our pizza dough.
Okay.
So if you
Gotcha.
had our pizza, that's actually what we've been using. And we love that. We also made a pseudo lager off of that came out pretty clean.
Sweet.
But we do not currently have any comparison to Lutra.
All right, we're gonna roll with that. I think we'll be good. We'll do one more test. I just added a little bit more to drop us a little more. But we were gonna do a 30-minute mash. It's gonna be a little longer. Just not a huge deal.
Shouldn't be too bad.
No. Get the lactic acid off my finger.
I pitched a 2nd gen harvest of London Fog. Look at you. How much you actually pitch from a harvest? Ooh, Emmett, would you like to answer a pitch rate question? Just because you just learned how to cell count and how easy getting a microscope
I'm
and cell count
flattered that you thought I was listening. Yeah, the pitch rate, that's something I'm with him, especially on like harvesting. Like honestly, when I've pitched on like used yeast, like if I, rack a beer off, dude, I'll just rack it right on.
Yeah.
Like, which is kind of insane because there's probably way too much yeast. But like, it works. But I'm sure there's an actual way to figure that out.
Yeah, personally, I know for like on the more professional side, right, because you have that beer brand and you're trying to make it reproducible on the same thing time and time again. Getting a microscope, like investing in a microscope, you could get from used colleges, used universities. They're pretty cheap, like $100, $200. You could get something even less than that. And just learning how to cell count because, again, instead of pitching by volume, you want to pitch by how many cells you are pitching time and time again. And so the only way to really justify that is looking at under a microscope.
And that's like the part where when we were looking under a microscope, the dye that we used made the dead cells colored and then the live. So you can literally just look at it and see. And it was really quite easy once we did it. And I completely forgot that was tied to yeast pitching rate. Or not yeast pitching, but like seeing how many live cells you have.
Yeah. My analogy always is with baking of like every cup of flour has a different gram weight. So a lot of bakers go by the grammage of the actual weight of flour. So by having a cell count, you're actually going by the correct unit versus, densities are different.
Let's say, you're home brewer, you brew sparingly, you don't have a microscope. Would you then go by volume or what would the next best thing be if you don't have access?
Probably consistency.
Just the same amount.
Time and time again. Hopefully of that strain, hopefully it's scoring around the same rate. But again, from generations, if you don't know how your generation looks of how many are dead and you're pushing that generation, that batch could come out slower, more sluggish, or could not even finish out. You might have a stuck fermentation. So by having the same processes is probably the best safeguard.
Yeah, but if you're just doing like you're reusing it once.
Try to be consistent with it. Try to use the same strain of hopefully same recipe. So hopefully it behaves the same.
Yeah, and I guess in the home brewing, a lot of people aren't brewing the same thing over unless they have a house ale or whatever.
Yes.
Which I like to have. Like at home, I have a stout that I brew a lot.
Yeah,
that I like
and
to
then
keep on.
hopefully you could keep on using it from that house beer that you're always making.
But what's that say? Yeast is relatively inexpensive, but to what extent reuse? Well, from what? I appreciate that yeast is relatively inexpensive. To what extent can a homebrewer reuse yeast from batch to batch? Basically, how many generations?
It's gonna depend on what you're brewing. A lot of ale strains you could get if you're clean, and again your processes are good. You could get up to 8 to 10. I've heard breweries go even further It
I feel like I know a couple breweries that are probably in the 20s.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know?
Well, if you think even back in the days, like all these breweries used to make these generations go forever. But
Right.
yeah, you might get some different variations, like mutations of how they flocculate and everything. Lager strains, I'm only going to take like 3 to 5 just because of the cold temperatures and the bad climate it's in. You're going to get less growth and slower growth with that lager fermentation.
Right.
Or even like underpitching, you're going to get a lot more growth in that one batch of beer, so you might get more variations and mutations. So it really depends on what you're brewing. But yeah, ales mostly, general with them is that 8 to 10, and like that's why I love 001. It's so robust. You could use it in multiple styles, and again, like you'll have that like almost safeguard.
Yeah, and I feel like on the homebrew side, at least for me, like 6 generations would be quite a few.
Yeah,
'Cause, I mean, we're only buying a packet, or we're
Yeah.
not buying $1,000 worth of yeast. So, I mean, it's probably one of the more expensive things. So reusing it 2 or 3 times is nice. But then I don't think I've ever gotten to a 6 just because it's
Yeah.
like I want to brew a different style, or like in my case, I'll brew a couple pilsners or whatever, then I'll brew a stout, and then it's like I don't want to go back from a stout to a pilsner, which I'm sure you could do in homebrewing. It's not going to matter. It's probably not best practice, I wouldn't think either. Or is it fine?
It should be an interesting experiment. Like you might get some of like the same flavor characteristics, but depending on if it is like 001 and you ferment it at a colder temperature for like a pseudo lager, and throw it back in the stout, it should be all right. Again, the rule of thumb is always grow it up in Play-Doh, so you don't want to pitch it into a big beer, which is mainly going to kill off most of your yeast, and then pitch it into something light because
gotcha.
most of your yeast is going to be dead. So a lot of times you want to build up that generation for the bigger beers, the more sugars.
So, like, if I was gonna be planning like my next 3 or 4 brew days, over the next couple months, it's like, okay, start small, like brew a session or whatever, or pilsners, and then on my last use of that yeast, then it's like, okay, now I'm gonna brew a double IPA or a Russian Imperial Stout or whatever.
Yep.
Okay, so just grow it and not hammer it. And
Right.
then go
Right.
back.
Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm.
That makes sense. And I the other thing I kind of remember too from the class is like second generation's almost like better.
Yeah.
Because
it gets adapted to that environment. So if you're brewing that same recipe, it gets adapted to what it's in. So like that I always hear second, third is like, it's humming.
That's a sweet spot.
Yeah.
It's just more efficient, just gonna be
Yeah.
maybe a little bit cleaner, or
It's adapted to the hops. It's adapted to the grain bill. Like it knows what it's getting.
It's
itself
happy.
in it. Yeah.
but yeah, that's kind of cool. So and it's funny because obviously you're a yeast company, but at the same time, like like a lot of at least the course I went to was all about like how to not buy more yeast from us. It was like, how do you extend your pitch, and how do you slant your own yeast, and like I was just like, oh, this is kind of counterproductive, but it's also makes sense because breweries you can't be buying a fresh pitch for every brew day. It'd be insane. So, but it was really interesting because I'm like, this is so fascinating.
It's very counterintuitive, but yeah, for us, we're always here more for, yes, we understand yeast is expensive, but again, if you learn how to handle it and use it properly, it's pennies to the dollar. If like we want everyone to handle yeast properly to get the best tasting beer, because we feel like that's the main difference in making a good beer versus a great beer, is like understand your yeast and like gain the most out of it, getting your bang for your buck, because there's so much great yeast out there that you could use.
And then I guess let's say we brew this Pilsner, it ferments out in whatever, 10 days. It's probably we're gonna be doing it pretty warm, so it'll probably be fermented out pretty quick. And then let's say we transfer it to a keg, and I have that yeast cake in the keg. How long could I leave that yeast like in the keg? Like, let's say I purge with a little CO2, keep want to do that?
You want to keep any oxygen out
Off
if
at
you're storing it. But our rule of thumb is try to use it as soon as possible.
Right.
Some strains you could go up to 2 weeks, but again, that's where like the cell killing comes into play of seeing how much it dies.
And what I want to throw it in the fridge or room temp? Or
Yeah, you want to throw it in the fridge,
Cool.
yeah. So
Okay.
probably that. 30,
So let's. I'm just thinking like, okay, so we brew this. I'm just thinking like hypothetically for a home brewer, it's like, okay, like I brewed this. I'm gonna keg it today or bottle it, and then I'm not gonna have time until like next weekend to brew. So if you keep all the oxygen off that you can,
Yes.
purge your CO2, put it in the chest freezer at 30 degrees,
yeah.
32, whatever your chest freezer's at, and then the next week let it come up, warm up to
Yes.
temperature, and then pitch on that, and you should be in good shape.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Cool. Because yeah, I know a lot of times like it's like, okay, I can keg today, I can bottle today, or I can't do that and start another brew day.
Yes.
So you're kind of
Yeah,
like, okay,
you're
so
a
if I
bit
can extend that
pigeonholed.
another week and then sit on the yeast. And then what about making like a bigger than normal yeast, bigger than you need for your brew day yeast starter, and then harvesting yeast from the starter before you actually pitch it?
So I personally like making a starter is fine. I think starters are a nice safeguard. But if you do end up over pitching your yeast, you're just giving more competition for all those yeast to grow. So a lot of times if you're over pitching your yeast, that first batch of beer would be fine, but you could think of it as you're not getting the budding of that growth in the normal beer. So you might get older generations. You might not get as highly active strains. So you might get like a retirement home that you're repitching versus
Even in the starter.
Yeah.
So then because you're going to take a little bit of that and then you're going to build that back up, and you might not have the best selection.
Health. Oh yeah.
Gotcha.
So
So you would rather do it post than before?
yes.
Okay. Gotcha.
So starters are fine, but again, it really depends on that health of that generation.
Okay.
But like Emmett, like what you said, the main key is no oxygen pickup. You want them as dormant and asleep as possible.
Okay.
Any oxygen is going to wake them up, and they're going to start budding. And then if they start budding, then they're not going to ferment by the time they get into the beer. So no oxygen pickup is the most important part. Treat it like a finished beer.
Gotcha. Joe Watts is saying, you think the always make a starter will become less of a thing?
I personally don't think so. I think making a starter is a nice safeguard,
And I guess if you're brewing, you're going to save money if you need more yeast.
Yeah,
Because, I mean, if you're brewing a pretty high gravity beer,
you want to
that could get very expensive if you're
Yes.
buying, 4 packs,
Yes. So I would definitely make a starter for those. Personally, because we're a yeast company and we feel 500 plus flavors and aroma come from yeast growth and from that beer flavor, I'm more on that type of not always making a starter to pitch the correct amount or even under pitch to almost like promote that yeast growth flavor. So stuff like saisons or Belgians, I'm definitely going to under pitch just to get as much cell growth as possible to get all those characteristics I'm looking for. So I personally like going on the less side versus making a starter just to get whatever flavors those yeast are producing.
Gotcha. And then I just saw, I keep seeing comments from Four Priest Brewery. Love your videos. It's really, really cool setup you got over there. He's asking when we're going to have a European version. Hopefully someday. The power is very different, and then we need to look into like regulations and all that. But yeah, that hopefully one day that'd be really cool. And yeah, keep putting those videos out. I pretty much watch all those. Super cool.
Are you gonna wrap the match up?
Yeah, we finally got the pH down.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're got our pH down to 5.3. I don't know what the deal is.
Small grain bill, lots of water.
Yeah, and our pH is pretty high out of the tap. But typically, we're not that high, but you never know if the water source is changing or whatever. So I'm going to get some of this stuff out of our way, and then I'll be right back, and we'll mash out, which pretty much consists of raising the grain basket out. So pretty simple.
Nice.
And then this.
Also for the pH meter, one tip of advice is make sure you switch out your storage solution.
After each brew day?
Not after each brew day. I do it every like 2 weeks or so,
Okay.
sometimes a month. But yeah, like
we're pretty.
stuff grows in there. Like
We're
it's
pretty
a
good
potassium chloride solution mainly. Like
I feel like that's like one thing we're actually pretty decent
Yeah.
at. I was looking, I couldn't find our solution, so maybe we finally ran out.
Also, if you dry out your probe, then your probe's broken. You need to get a new probe. So
Yeah.
always keep it submerged. Keep it wet.
The nice thing about that meter is you can actually buy replacement tips.
Oh, nice.
So that's the one I always recommend, just because if you drop it, you
Yeah.
can break them, or like when we moved, it just jostled around and broke.
We break ours too, so
Yeah,
it happens.
it's nice to actually have, a piece of equipment that you can, replace parts on. So, all right. So the mash out's pretty simple. We got these 3 grain hooks, and what we'll do is I'll obviously turn the pump off. I'll pull the basket out, and then if you just want to slide these under, and then
That helps raise it.
yeah, that'll just support it while it drains. So kill the pump. Wish we had a pen, but we didn't. A pen? Just for note taking. I have a pencil, but yeah.
No,
we're
taking's
fine.
always good. Yeah.
Sweet.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, you're slow.
Oh, sorry. It's a work day, you know.
You need to hit the gym, apparently. Cool. And then we just let that drain for typically like 5 minutes.
Okay. No,
So-
first time doing something like that, so I was like, okay.
No, yeah, my direction's probably the best. Just slide the hook under. But yeah, it just supports it so it'll kind of drain. And then,
That's cool.
yeah, it makes, that's why you don't have to worry about
Yeah.
the stuck sparge, because there's
It's
nothing
a,
to
it's a
stick.
brew in the bag, but more efficient.
Yeah. Yeah, so typically, like on beers up to 1070 starting gravity, with a double crush or a good single crush, you'll get 70% brew house efficiency, which I'm perfectly content with. And then the nice thing is, like, we're not chasing efficiency because grain's inexpensive. It's all right, so you add a tiny bit more grain and whatever.
Yeah.
But then, like, consistency, like, you're nailing that pretty much every time with no
Nice.
effort. So, I always kind of say, I shoot for, at least myself, when I'm brewing, consistency over efficiency. I know my efficiency is going to be 70%, which is fine. And then, some people love to chase that efficiency, which I get in a commercial setting, but for homebrewing, it's like,
Oh yeah.
gotta add a little bit more base malt for
Get a bit more sugar.
50 cents, so. But everybody brews differently, but there's no like right or wrong, but that's kind of, my thought on that.
Yeah. It's crazy just to see that efficiency usually spike up from that homebrew scale to usually professional.
Yeah, what would be like on like in your brew house, I guess, what
Oh, because it's fully automated. I know it
Right.
bumps up to the 80s
Yeah.
somewhere. So
which makes sense in a commercial setting, because that's, money.
try and get every last grain
Right.
of sugar, right?
So let that kind of hang out and do its thing. Yeah, and then we're just doing a 30-minute boil as well. So, I guess the mash probably ended up being closer to an hour, let's
Yeah.
be honest.
Yeah.
But,
I wrote down 45. That was around, yeah.
no big deal.
Yeah.
It's not going to hurt anything. And then, I got our pH down to 5.3. It started at 5.85.
Yeah,
But yeah, typically, I guess I mainly brew darker beers, so it's got to buffer it by itself. But even I feel like when we've done lagers in the past, didn't have to add that much lacto, but it's been a while since I brewed a super light
Okay.
Pilsner, so not lactic acid.
Yeah.
guess we could add lacto, but
Oh
be a
yeah,
different beer.
make a
More energy.
sour lager. Could work, you know.
Yeah. Ontario, Canada.
It is afternoon. Just want to let you guys know. I don't know when you plan on crack open beers if you're gonna.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it is afternoon now.
It is afternoon?
Mm-hmm.
No way.
It's after like noon o'clock.
Seriously?
Oh yeah.
Oh, damn. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
What do you want?
Yeah. So
What'd you bring, I guess?
Yeah. So we brought our Better Haze Ahead, which is our it's our hazy IPA that we brew. What's nice about our White Labs Brewing Co. is not only is it a brewing co, but we're actually more treating it as our R&D facility. So we try to experiment our strains not only on the lab scale, but on a brew house size scale. So these are all done in 5-barrel fermenters. So we actually do a 10-barrel batch on our brew house side. So everything's the same. The hops, the malt, the water. The only thing that's different is we split batch it into two different 5-barrel fermenters and pitch 2 different yeast strains. So we have our Better Haze Ahead, which is going to be our hazy IPA. So we have our WLP 077, our tropical yeast blend, as well as our WLP 066, our London Fog. So 2 of my favorite strains. Our London Fog is our best-selling hazy strain, and then WLP 077 is actually one of my biased favorites because that's my last R&D project. But this is our almost thiolized yeast.
Okay.
So this is a non-GMO. We found high beta lyase occurrence in some of our strains, and we made a blend off of that to create almost that same thiolized yeast aromatics, that biotransformation. So pretty much what it's doing is it's interacting with bound thiols on hops to release these thiols, and these thiols become now passion fruit, guava, very tropical notes. So hence the tropical yeast blend.
Gotcha. And these are both hazy?
Yes,
Or,
these are both hazy IPA. So if we have any glasses,
Yeah, it's probably see the difference maybe between the yeast, or
and yeah, going off that R&D mindset, we have all these brews available and our analytics available on whitelabsbrewingco.com. So we love to geek out and look at that data, and we try to start canning beers just during COVID as well, just to try to get more hands on them, just to have people have that experimentation, because it's one thing to show the data, but it's totally another thing to actually taste the beer.
and then do you guys have distribution, or do you have to go to the tap room?
It's mainly through the tap room. I would believe we do distribute in California and North Carolina.
Okay.
But for the most part, it is through the tap room.
Which makes sense because it's a yeast brewery
Yeah.
/ R&D. What? I'm trying to find some glasses here.
Any small snifters? Or
Yeah,
anything?
I found 2. I'm trying to find. Maybe we'll do 2 big ones, 2 small ones. How are you with that?
Yeah.
Does that work?
Yeah, that works perfectly.
Actually, I got 2 more of the same. Nope, I don't. 2 big, 2 small.
Too big, too small.
Before we pour these, I'm actually gonna take these grains to the compost pile
All right.
and bring the kettle up to. We'll start getting it up to a boil. So
Sounds good. Yeah.
I'm gonna open the door.
Have you guys ever done any like spent grain cookies or any?
I have. I've made bread.
Okay.
Made a fair amount of wheat cookies.
So I'm going to open these up. And what's nice is we'll have the 2 small ones be one strain and the 2 big ones be another strain. So like I said, probably my favorite thing about tasting beers is, yeah, going through the motions of actually tasting the beer, seeing its color, seeing what it smells like.
All right.
All right, so
I'm going to turn the power up to 100%.
nice, get that boil going.
Sweet. Okay, so what do we got here?
Yeah, so on your left you have WLP 066, our London Fog, and on our right it's going to be our 077, our Tropic Ale yeast blend.
I mean, very similar color,
Yeah.
right?
Yep. Colors, this one doesn't change as much. We've done IPA with 001, our California Ale, as well as our 008, our East Coast, and one comes out as a West Coast IPA and the other comes out as a hazy, which is crazy to see.
That's interesting. With the same everything else.
Yeah, So sometimes you see a color difference. This one not as much, but in this one you get a different aroma and taste more.
Is this one a little more pungent on the nose, or yeah? And that's the London Fog.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then on 077 we get a bit more of that tropical notes of
Yeah,
a
definitely.
bit more fruity, but yeah, you'll get more like the hop characteristics,
Yeah.
of pungent, dank, resiny.
Can't see the cans. Yeah, let me move some things around.
Put like right there, like right in front.
Yeah.
Take them off the
Yeah.
thing there and put them on this guy.
Like that. So we got our better haze ahead. Yeah. So we got our cans right there, as well as the different strains and description, as well as a QR code for all those analytics. Like I said, all those analytics are able to be found online. It's very open sourced, so yeah. Yeah, so currently what we're looking at is the fermentation timeline of this actual brew day. They did ferment for almost 2 weeks, but you could see so we're looking off of Plato, not specific gravity, but you could see it started at 17.5 Plato, and it was able to drop, and you could see the attenuation rates of some strains love to skyrocket and eat all the sugars and ferment very, very quickly. Some like to take their time, so you could see that gap. So on day 5, 077 was at 7 Plato when 066 was only at 9.3. Even how they finished off of different strains attenuate more than others. They eat more sugars than others. So that attenuation rate of 4.3 on the London Fog versus the 3 Plato on the 077. But even if it finishes off that way, I still think like 066 finishes drier in my opinion.
Which one did actually finish drier?
The 077.
Can you explain the difference? There's like a diastatic positive gene. Is that what it's called?
Oh, yeah, diastatic strains. ST1 or diastatic strains. None of these strains are diastatic.
And the Mythical Hammer is not either.
No,
Yeah.
that is correct. A lot of strains that you'll find being diastatic are going to be like Saison or Belgian strains. But that ST1 gene is just it's just a variation of Saccharomyces cerevisiae. So all your ale strains that you're used to. So people have brewed with them forever. It's just this gene is able to break down dextrins into more fermentable sugars. So that's why Saisons or Belgians get so dry. It's not only the grain bill, but it's also the yeast strain of that STA1 positive strain, that diastatic strain that's able to chomp up these sugars. What happens is people use these strains in big beers that still have a bunch of dextrins, and then from that they don't know it's going to keep on attenuating, keep on eating sugars. So then they'll create exploding cans or overcarb beers because it has so much still unfermentable sugars left over that these strains could eat up.
So that'd be something you should probably look at to make sure it's not ST1.
STA1.
STA1.
Yeah.
So, like, that would be ideal, like you said, Saison, Belgian, something you want to finish super
Very
dry.
dry.
Probably like a corn mash for, like, if you're going to distill it, like in a distillery, they
Yeah.
probably want to chop out all that, right?
As much sugar as
Yeah.
possible. Yeah, it's not a lot of body.
Yeah. Okay, so going back to that. So this one, I don't know which one. The one that technically finished lower,
Yes.
that's this one here.
Yes, that is correct.
Definitely has more body and feels like it finished higher
Yeah.
than this
right?
one.
Isn't
That's
that
wild.
crazy?
Yeah.
It could be like the glycerol production. It could be like just there's so
Has
many
a-
different attributes.
It has
of
a
the
nicer
strain.
mouthfeel, like, to me.
It's a lot more rounder. You know, this one's almost tastes a bit more West Coast for me. Of like it has a more astringent bite. It just could be.
Yeah, it
from
has a nice
our
hop
hoppage.
character. Definitely, yeah, I agree with that. So this would be the purple can,
Yeah. Yes. 077.
077. And what's the name of that yeast?
Tropical yeast blend.
Okay, dude, I want to try that. That's really nice.
It's one of my favorite yeast to use, just because again that extra character. I made a smash beer with Cascade hops.
Okay.
And Cascade's very high in those bound thiols, and what came out was a beer that did not taste like Cascade hops at all. It was so like citra forward, almost like using citra hops. So I could see it as like a cost saving method of, hey, I want to use these hops that are more high in bounded thiols and use a strain that's going to convert these bound thiols into something more flavorful. So that was one of my favorite home brews I made.
That's really cool.
It was so mind blowing.
And that expression mainly just from the yeast being able to
Convert. Yeah, interact with those hops and convert those bound thiols into free thiols.
See you, Chad. Thanks for hanging out. 12 a.m. Yeah, man.
Oh man,
So
12 a.m.
Sweet, yeah. The Brew Show. What's up, bud? Thanks for everybody popping in. That's awesome. London Fog. So the London Fog was this one. And Joe Watts is the London Fog, man. Joe, you got to try out the WLP 077, in my opinion.
Yeah,
That's really nice. I mean, they're both really nice.
But it's crazy just
Yeah.
to see what a yeast strain just does. to
Yeah, it's
really
wild.
change it up.
I'm not, everyone thinks I'm like anti IPAs or hops. I'm not. It's just not my preferred.
Yeah, uh-huh.
I can still appreciate them, but I can appreciate one, maybe two, you know. And then it's time for.
And I found yeah, a lot of people that don't like IPAs with 077. It's just
Yeah, it's not. I think it's
better
it's not as astringent, not as bitter.
yeah,
And I mean, I think that's it for me. Is just like
yeah.
I prefer not to have the enamel stripped off my
Yeah.
teeth, if that makes sense. So, but I see the appeal of it too. So I should probably check our numbers here. .28. Yeah, they were right on the money.
Oh, nice.
So pre-boil 6.28. Pre-boil gravity. Forgot about that.
Let's check that out.
Kyle, do you have the updated Anton Par somewhere?
What do you want?
The Anton, the
Easy does.
Easy Dens.
It should be in the cabinet, I think.
The old one was in there. Which we could use, that's fine. We'll just let this chill on the,
Yeah,
probably throw it in the fridge, let's be honest.
just cooled a bit quicker. But yeah, just different yeast strains really do a 180 of like it. There's always ways to optimize your yeast, but we always say if you don't like a certain flavor or instead of like trialing different hops or malt, really try just picking a different yeast strain
Yeah.
and see what happens, because it could really be mind blowing and change your world.
Sweet. Yeah, no, it's pretty wild. I do recommend that. And I do enjoy doing split batch
Yeah.
brewing. Because I mean, I feel like Brewlosophy's done that for a long time, which is kind of cool in their brew experiments.
Their blog is
Yeah. So like that's kind of where like I first got tuned into that. You're basically just doing it with way more data and more precision than most homebrewers can do.
I still love reading Brewlosophy.
No, it's great.
Yeah, they have so many great experiments on there.
Yeah. So I think it is. I think a lot of people in homebrewing do the split batch too, and it's really cool to kind of see it on a larger scale with actual data points, like your gravity points and
and
else. And
we're using all our equipment in our analytical lab to really analyze all the finished beer. So we could look at any metric we really want to. So if there's anything that is interesting or like people want more research on, we could dig into it, see all that. So how I was saying of how different yeast reduce IBUs, I hopefully want to get like almost like a generalized thing of almost how like we categorize flocculation, of like categorizing how much nutrients a strain requires, or how much IBUs is it going to reduce, because that's also a thing of I'm not sure if you've heard of like lagers with like the pseudo lagers of Kveiks, just because Kveiks drop the pH a lot more than other strains. So always having those considerations in play.
No, for sure. Sorry, I was listening.
No,
But
you're good.
I was trying to avoid having a boil over at the same time. Is this that's the updated Anton Par. We'll need the
Syringe.
the plunger, I think. Yeah, it's gonna have to cool down. It's all good. It's gonna have to cool down for a minute. So
Yeah, let me grab it.
not huge. I mean, it's not like we're gonna adjust anything if our points are off, but we should be. I mean, we're shooting pre-boil.
We can always boil stuff off,
Yeah, pre-boil we're shooting for pre-boil of 10:45. So all right, just watching the boil. I always like to watch it at the beginning.
Do you usually add antifoam or anything? Or
I don't. The kettle's big enough that famous last words, but I've never had an issue.
All right.
Because I mean, we have like 5 gallons of headspace here.
Yeah.
But I could see it being useful if you're getting close, But I personally never had any issues in this kettle. In the past where I was pushing a smaller kettle, I've definitely used what's it called?
Antifoam.
Yeah, just whatever. Butter.
Oh yeah. Head oil, like using human oil to kill some head.
Yep. All right, cool. Thanks, Kyle. And then what's the app called? I got nothing. It's do you have it on your phone?
I used to have it.
So curious how many people.
I still have it, but I need to update it actually.
Cool. Do you want to update it?
Let's see.
You able to do that? Good day. Oh,
It's called Brewmeister.
yeah, they changed the name of it. Where can we get those White Lab tops in the UK?
Yeah, we actually had them
jerseys. Yeah.
custom made for our craft brewers conference. So all of us got a specific strain number. So actually mine is 644, which is our Saccharomyces Brux-like-Trois, which is, again, my personal favorite because it's science. We used to think this strain was actually a Brett strain, a Brettanomyces strain. So,
What is it actually?
it's actually a Saccharomyces strain.
Okay.
But it just behaves like Brett. Like it's a slow
interesting.
fermenter, slow attenuator. But if I throw in a hazy IPA, it produces very like pineapple notes and very tropical notes. So it's one of my favorite strains to use. I just need to know, hey, it's going to take forever to ferment.
So what styles would you recommend? I've never used it. So.
I personally love it in a hazy IPA.
Okay.
Or
and
IPAs.
And then you said longer. Like how long of?
Because it acts like a Brett strain, it does take more than those like usual 2 weeks, maybe like
A month.
A month. Yeah.
Okay. And just let it chill at like 68.
Yeah. And just let it ferment at ale temperature.
Okay.
Let it go.
That's cool. Yeah, I've never used that.
Yeah.
So.
It's
And that's a year-round strain, or is that?
I believe so.
Okay. I won't hold you to it. If it's not there.
There's 80 core strains that are year round, so we try to almost
80?
Yeah.
Okay.
Always
Wow.
try to have 80 core strains available year round, but we have even more in the bank, so I even get lost of how many strains we have. All right.
Sweet.
Let's see if we could.
Yeah,
do we
and
know
then
how to-
I don't know if a lot of people know this, or maybe they do, but Yeast Bay, right? That
Yes.
you guys are part. Or
Yes.
You work something out. I'm not.
Yeah,
the
so we're
business
always
side of it.
connected with Nick, but yeah, we even partner even closely this year. So with Yeast Bay, now we could offer all their products through our platform of yeastman.com. So yeah, we're adding even more to the bank from all their wild captures and all their really cool strains, very unique strains they have.
Because I've
And
been buying
they're
off them for years. So are they packed in the same packages, or are they still the vials?
They are going to be packed in the same packages.
Okay.
We're currently moving some of our wild yeast and bacteria into this packaging as well.
Cool.
But yes, what's nice is, again, just a one-stop shop of getting all you need of whatever yeast you need, whatever nutrients, and also answering all the questions you want.
So, before I forget, because my brain isn't that big. So the other thing at the classes that we took at White Labs last week, the thing that I was most not confused would not be the proper word, but the thing that I took away from it was like, oh, zinc. Like, I've never added zinc. I've never talked about zinc. I've never done any reading on zinc. And like within like the first 2 minutes of being at the classes, like zinc was brought up numerous times. So I don't know, does anybody out there, do you guys add zinc to your wort before you pitch your yeast? Is that a thing people in the homebrewing community do? I know I've never done it. So I had you bring some zinc, or I guess it's just a overall yeast nutrient. Are you leaving me? What's happening?
I'm gonna try to connect it with this Easy Dens if Kyle has a app or anything for, because it's currently not connecting with the Bluetooth.
Oh, I'll get my phone set up.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically I had you bring yeast nutrient that has zinc, and it's basically dead yeast, which I have read about, and I feel like that's a nutrient people use, and where I've read it was always on like commercial distilleries in the mashes they would add it. So, but I for whatever reason, zinc has never been on my radar, and I've been homebrewing for a long time. So can you kind of, I guess, go into what is zinc, why do we add it, and I guess what's the main benefits? Because I know it's helpful, but I don't really know why.
Yeah. Well, what's crazy, just going off those like yeast hulls and everything, is that's how like dry yeast. A lot of times when you're pitching dry yeast, you're also not all that yeast is going to become live. So that also has some dead yeast and extra nutrients for that like pitch. So I hear a lot of like dry yeast pitching being straight up of just pitching it dry versus rehydrating because of all that dead yeast in there to help with the nutrients.
Gotcha.
But what's always missing, and sometimes missing from water profiles, is zinc. What's nice is malt provides a lot of nutrients and minerals that you already need for a fermentation, but zinc's, I feel, always the missing factor. Zinc acts as a cofactor for alkyl dehydrogenase, which is an enzyme that's going to help convert acetaldehyde, that green apple, that green tasting beer, right? When you hear green beer, that's just beer that needs more time, right?
Yeah.
So this is going to help on that enzyme that's going to convert that acetaldehyde into ethanol. So every beer is going to have acetaldehyde. It's just how quick is that conversion. By adding zinc, you're going to help quicken and hasten that conversion of acetaldehyde into ethanol.
Okay.
And that's why you want to add zinc. You're helping your beer maturation times. You could quicken your fermentation timelines by probably a couple days, even maybe a week, depending on how well that conversion happens. But it will help that conversion of that green apple into finished beer.
Dude, I'm struggling today. Sorry. I'm trying to, we forgot to add our hops. We should do that.
We could add it, yeah. I think that late addition, also just the aroma hops at a late addition.
Yeah. Well, our dish, we need to add our bittering hops for sure. Centennial 30 minutes. So
Because
it's only been boiling a couple minutes,
Yeah.
so we're good.
And it's also a pretty light body, so even if we're late, we should be good. But yeah, adding zinc, the number one thing I would recommend is add your minerals at the end of boil, 5 to 10 minutes at the end of boil, because if you add it right now, it's just going to flocculate out and chelate out and fall out of suspension. So although you think you're adding the correct amount of minerals to your wort, a lot of times that just drops out of suspension with your protein, with your hop trube, all that. So add it 5 to 10 minutes at the end of boil, and then your wort should be fully supplemented for the correct amount of what you need.
Sweet.
Hey, Devin, could you real quick? So I got this chart up here.
Yeah.
So could you just explain?
Yeah, so this chart right now, like I was saying, is pretty much explain how it chelates out. Of like, if I add it right now during the mash phase or right at the beginning of boil, I think I could be hitting my proper amounts of zinc, which I believe is going to be 0.15 to 0.5 ppm that you're aiming for. Cerevomyces has a dosage rate right here, so I believe it's 10 grams per 10 hectoliters, so I'm going to be adding 0.2 grams for a 5-gallon batch or 20 liters. And what's nice is you'll either have this packet here, or you'll also have our tablets, which are pills that you could just add one pill in 5 to 10 minutes at the end of boil, and it should be the correct amount of dosage rate that you'll need for that brew
So
day.
you don't have to weigh it out.
Yes.
So just a more convenient home brewer package.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then, yeah, this would, I mean, you can buy this, it would probably last you
a
rest of
while,
your life.
yeah. Probably vacuum seal it
Okay.
just to keep it
Yeah, totally.
clean.
That makes sense. So I just added we're doing a 30-minute boil, or slightly over, but 30 minutes starting now. And that was an ounce of Centennial. And then every other addition that we're doing is going to be a Whirlpool edition.
And the boil, yeah.
So, yeah, I think I put everything in here for a Whirlpool at 174.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
like chill it down a little bit. We'll Whirlpool for 20 minutes and go from there. So, super easy hop bill in terms of the boil.
Yep.
Just one bittering addition. And
Whatever you want. Just let me.
yeah, we could do that.
And we'll check those gravities right now.
See what the pre-boil is. There's that. You're probably better at that than I am.
Do we have a dump bucket?
What do you think about a Whirlflop tablet?
I personally love Whirlflock tablets too, just to get, again, as clean of a beer as possible.
Right.
But that's the crazy thing about like the new styles of hazes and stuff. Is like maybe you want that protein in there, but I personally think it's going to help with fermentation.
So even on a hazy, you'll throw a Whirlflock in?
Sometimes. yeah.
Okay.
Go, yeah, towards that camera a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah, I never know in the hazies, you know, what matters. Like, you know, if you clean that out, do you lose the
protein, and
protein
the
that's-
polyphenols.
right? That's keeping it from like actually falling out later.
$10.45.
Oh, what were we shooting for? 10:45. Look at us.
Oh, look at that.
Like we know what we're
Wow.
doing. Sweet. So right on the money.
Nice.
All right, we did 1 ounce at 30, and then we'll do a Whirlflock at 15.
But yeah, you guys just learned something about Whirlflocks, right?
What's that?
You, about overdosing, about Whirlflocks and all that?
Yeah. So if you go crazy, with it, it can basically create. I don't even know what it's called. Just it doesn't allow the yeast to combine,
Settle
or
okay.
the trub. I don't know. So you can see it here. We did. We were just doing some test 1 gallon batches, and being a lazy home brewer that I am, I was just like, I'll just throw a full Warflock tablet in, like, no big deal. I figured more is better. Apparently not. So you can see like this crazy. I don't know if you can see it in the camera. Okay, so you kind of got these like crazy like
Clumps
of like floating that it's been in there for months. It won't settle.
What yeast strain was that? Do you remember?
I'm gonna guess US05 just because.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
It was a Chico yeast strain.
Just to be clear, we asked Eric if he could get us some dried
001.
in small packages, and he said he couldn't. So.
At
Oh
that
man,
point.
you should have asked me next time.
I think it was early on maybe.
Yeah.
So, but I did a reverse Google search or whatever. We take the image search, and because we were Googling, I'm like, what is this? I just had a picture of it and like came across like an old homebrew talk thread or something like that, and it was like literally the same exact picture. And
That's crazy.
he was like, or she was like, this is what happened when I way overpitched Warflock in my beer, and had it happen a couple times, and then removed that step, and then same exact everything else, and it was fine. So that's kind of what I came up with this, because I just overpitched it just because.
Wow.
You get tablets for 5. What are those for 5 gallons probably? I'm assuming
Something quick, yeah.
So I just was like, oh, whatever, threw it in, and it's like, oh, I just extremely overpitched it. So, and then brewed another one without that, and it totally, did what it's supposed to do, and congregates at the bottom. What's the technical word? Hangs out.
Yeah. Flocculates.
Yeah, flocculates.
Sits at the bottom,
Yeah, isn't that weird?
It's
Isn't
not
that
really
wild, though?
flocculating, yeah.
It's just like clouds.
It's almost like protein matter.
yeah,
Like, yeah.
It's super weird.
Big
So-
clumps, small clumps. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I thought that was really interesting. So, but yeah, so we'll add one into this just so. I mean,
Nice.
we kind of want a nice, clean, clear Pilsner,
Yeah.
right? It's starting to smell good though.
Oh yeah.
So that was Centennial, and then we're gonna do 2 Whirlpools. I think we're gonna do Citra and Simcoe at 174 for like 20 minutes, and then throw in a little bit more Citra and Simcoe in a little bit later in the Whirlpool. Maybe just let those hang out for like 10 minutes.
Sounds like a plan.
I don't know. Probably figure something. Maybe pull out something in shorter time than longer. I don't know. I don't do
Yeah.
a ton of Whirlpool edition. I guess I do in these videos, but I don't know like if time, like what time impacts have.
I know, like, right, like if you throw it in right early at the Whirlpool, you're still probably getting some isomerization of like some bittering and all that. I've heard hop oil pickups and like the how much flavors and oils.
So do you think we should, once we kill the heat, should we maybe Whirlpool when it's like at flame out until we chill it down and then add more, or should we chill it to like 170 just to avoid picking up any more of that bitterness?
Because it's a light malt bill, we'll probably. I say let's stick
Chill
to
it.
the game plan and
Yep.
chill
Okay.
it a bit
Cool.
more.
Perfect. That's kind of what I was thinking.
I always love more the aromatic side versus the bitter
Yeah,
side.
I'm the same way. So, yeah, I'm kind of excited to see how it comes out. 1 gram for 100 liters in fermentation, and 2 grams
Oh, yeah.
per.
That's the
100.
dosage rate for Cervomyces.
Oh, for the zinc, or for
Yeah.
the
Mhm.
Cervomyces.
Yes.
Okay. Added during last sentence. Yeah, sweet. Yeah, totally. I cheated and I'd read that. So obviously you're adding zinc or adding that product to your beer. So yeah, it's something I've never.
Yeah, it's just another safeguard, you know.
Yeah.
Again, it's almost like making starters. Like I always try to add Cervomyces to all my brews just as that extra safeguard.
Why not? It costs pennies. I mean, literally, because this packet's not that expensive, and you're
No,
using
yeah.
0.2 of a gram. So, And I think for homebrewers, it probably would make sense to just go to your
Get the
homebrew shop
tablets,
and get
yeah.
the tablet. So you're just adding one tablet with 10 minutes left. So we'll just, maybe at 10 minutes, we'll add this and this.
Yeah,
And then
sounds good.
Keep it simple to one addition.
Should we measure this out?
Oh yeah, that'd be good.
You all done with this? Okay.
We'll probably need it after. Yeah,
Well, for now, yeah. Did you put that into your good beer?
It's all right. I'll
Drink around it?
I have a personal favorite, as
Oh,
you see.
gotcha.
You know,
You're like, I wasn't going to drink it anyway?
that's the best part about these tastings too, is it's so subjective that some people have
Yep.
personal favorites.
No, I could see that. I think our palates align on that for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, they're both nice for sure, but it is kind of fun to figure out your preference and then maybe with the data figure out why.
Yeah. It's sometimes like 50-50 of how people choose it.
And then, perfect. So that's cool right there. Yeah, point. That's, I mean,
Yeah.
such a small amount.
Yep.
Oh, that wasn't completely dry.
We could always wash it.
Yeah. So Kyle,
Yep.
are you able to zoom in on how little the amount is on
Yeah,
this?
sure.
I can walk up too. I got legs.
Yeah, actually, can you hand this to Devin and kind of back it up some? There we go. Okay, hold on. Keep it right there. That's all we add, huh?
Yeah.
Barely anything.
Because you don't want to overdo it.
Yeah, if you add more than necessary of nutrients, you're just adding more risk of contamination, right? If the yeast don't uptake those nutrients, it's there for any other organism. So
Gotcha.
you don't want to overdo your Saccharomyces, but
You might have answered this, but why is the zinc on dead yeast?
I'm not sure how they do this certain process, but they actually dry these yeast hulls and naturally add the zinc on those dead yeast. So it's like almost like a extra punch of that zinc. So
And
it's
what-
not only yeast hulls, but added zinc to those yeast
And
hulls.
the dead yeast, are they food?
Yes, the dead yeast usually act as extra nutrients, so like the nitrogen sources you need, some of the minerals you might need.
The
So-
yeast need.
Yes.
Okay.
So they'll use it for food.
Okay. So that's why they put the zinc on there because
Yeah.
it's two for one.
Two
You're
for
getting the
one,
zinc
yeah.
and you're getting some.
And it's an organic nutrient to add.
Man, that's such a small amount. Because like if you look at like some of the other yeast nutrients, I feel like you add
Quite a bit.
significant
Yeah,
amount. And is that a worry that you're adding too much at times?
Again, it really depends on what you're brewing.
Okay.
I think what's nice is going off that domestication. Most of these yeast strain have evolved for those grain bills. So malt provides all the nutrients you need.
Gotcha.
But if you're brewing something like mead, cider, hard seltzers,
Where you're not having anything.
yeah, you're gonna have to add so much nutrients in there. Even
Gotcha.
brewing a big beer, like I've seen stuck fermentations on a big beer for people not adding that extra nutrient, and you want that extra nitrogen in there to complete fermentation.
Okay. Sweet. I was given a sachet. What is
Sachet.
it? Sachet.
Sachet, yeah.
How many grams is this? This is 10 grams, so 0.2.
Yeah, I believe I did the math, and it comes out to 0.2. So it's 1 gram per 1 hectoliter. Divide that by 100 for a liter, and 5 gallons is usually 20 liters. So 0.2. Math.
Yeah, not my strong suit, but
Hopefully I did that math right, but yeah,
Yeah,
we're
so-
adding 0.2 for our batch right now.
so yeah, Joe, he was saying that it'd probably be a wise choice to vacuum seal it,
Yeah.
and then freezer or fridge.
Probably fridge is fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sweet, yeah. So I'm gonna add that to my repertoire of tricks for sure. I mean,
Yeah, it's so quick.
yeah,
And
quick and easy.
add it in.
But yeah, that was one of my kind of bigger takeaways was just the conversation on zinc.
Yeah, I believe it helps a lot of stuck fermentations or a lot of problems that like you'll see.
Yeah.
Again, like
And I've
just-
never really had issues with that, but like you were saying, if the yeast are conditioned, but at the same time, why not try and get the best yeast
Yeah.
performance you can? Because that is one of the more expensive and more important aspects of it. Because you spend all that time getting to that point, it's like, okay, like
Might
might
as
as well just
yeah.
toss that in just to make sure like they're as happy as they can be for the actual time that you're making beer, you know.
And I still think you could cuts off a couple of days of that fermentation timeline.
Okay,
So,
which is cool.
Yeah, you'll get beer quicker. And who doesn't like beer quicker?
Right.
So
No, for sure. Absolutely. So on this, with the Mythical Hammer, the
808.
808. Numbers aren't my thing.
Yeah.
808. I keep thinking 828. That's our area code.
And we try to do our area code, but something else was taking up that spot, you know.
Yeah, I hear you.
So
we're not that important.
We went to 808.
Which is actually very true.
I try to push for the 828, you know.
So
I personally
808.
808.
Cool.
Yeah.
The 808 sweet. No, it's awesome. I was just teasing.
That's
But I
a
keep
good number.
but in my head I keep
828. Yeah.
808. So today we're gonna ferment in the keg, and we should actually probably start sanitizing it because I think it has PBW in it right now. But we're gonna ferment at room temp under pressure.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, typically, are you doing like a bar?
Yes, typically doing a bar. What's crazy about like pressurized fermentations is there's a great MBA podcast. I don't know, it's usually free, but I listen to the MBA podcast. It's called Under Pressure.
National Basketball Association.
MBA, so Masters Brewers Association of America. But yeah.
I thought Dennis Rodman was going to give us
Oh
some
yeah.
tips.
Yeah. Dennis Rodman on pressure. You know, they got how many rings under pressure? So it could work out. But no, there's studies on pressurized fermentation of how it also like inhibits like acetyl-CoA formation and certain metabolites from producing.
And
so,
what would that first word be?
acetyl-CoA, it's like some of like the natural like fermentation processes of like eating up sugars and like what esters and phenols they're producing.
Okay.
So I believe it's like repressing some of that like gateway, so it's not producing some of the esters you might normally get from a normal fermentation. So that's why like pressurized fermentations, you could go at a higher temperature because you're under pressure.
Because it's suppressing.
certain
Gotcha.
attributes. So
Gotcha.
Can we speak about the pressure in terms that more people will probably better understand? So 1 bar.
yeah, 15 psi, 15 to 16
I
psi.
just always round it to 50. I think it's like 15 point something.
Yeah.
How high can you go? Because I
Ooh.
like listened to or read an interview with Chris White, and he was talking about there's actually somebody from like a big well-known brewery. I can't remember who it was now, but they were talking about doing like 30 psi.
That seems. I don't even know if fermenters could hold 30 psi.
So Kyle just asked what the upper threshold of pressure fermentation would be.
I am not even too sure. You know, again, this is where a lot more studies are happening. Yeah. So I know for the most part, right, most fermenters and stuff, when you add that spunning valve, that 1 bar, that 15 psi is like where people do their spunning for a nice crisp lagers and most pressurized fermentations. It really depends on your tank or vessel size. So would you guys happen to know for some of the things you're coming out with, how high of pressurized you guys could go? Okay.
Kyle likes to get real high.
But yeah, you're creating a bomb, so right, like depending on how high you want to take it, the more dangerous it goes.
Yeah, we've always done 15 psi.
That's what I'm currently used to as well,
Yeah, but I've also heard people talk about sitting at like 5 psi.
which also is pretty pressurized, you know. Oh, pretty unpressurized. Yeah, 5.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
5. So is that going to do anything basically?
It might. Again, it's almost like pH levels. There could be small nuances that could change aspects, but I'm currently used to that 1 bar being what lager fermentations usually handle at. So I'm going to go with rule of thumb of what previous brewers have done before us and use that.
So it's kind of the fun part of being homebrewers. Like we could easily
Trial
play around with
and
it
see if it does make a
Right.
difference, you know?
because
It could.
it's
but-
like, it's like a lot of things in brewing. I think are like, well, this is just how it's done, so you do it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of fun, like the philosophy style of
yeah.
let's just see
Let's
if
break some rules.
yeah, which is cool. So, but yeah, I think we're gonna stick to the standard today.
Yeah.
And it's what you guys did on your ferment, right? You
Yeah.
spun it out at 15.
15
We'll go a
PSI.
little earlier for sure.
Yeah.
Probably should have done all this cleaning off.
It's fine now. It's okay.
It's all right. Sorry, guys. I'm just getting our kegs ready.
But yeah, thing did mention, yeah, anything like pressurized or even too many nutrients, stuff in excess is always like toxic or bad, or even too little could be worrisome. So I always love to say everything in moderation. So that's personally why I love like some of the non-GMO like yeast strains. Is again just almost like our gut biome is everything changes. So like everything in moderation, alcohol in moderation.
Everything in moderation, including moderation.
Ah, there we
That's
go.
what I like to say.
Modception, is that what you call it?
All right, and then, hey Kyle,
Got a good question.
will it make too much noise? You think if I fill off here?
All right, question from. New strains, or you work on more testing side, brewing beers and showing offensive yeast, or both? For at White Labs, we do a combination of both. A lot of times, because we have so many different strains in the bank, it's not really creating new strains. It's more like reapplying strains to different purposes, right? Like Kvike strains have been around forever, but it's just recently until now, like you see them more in the brewing world of how applicable it could be. Of hey, these could ferment at hot temperatures without producing the off flavors that you normally get from a high fermentation, and that's just because they've evolved that way. And I view that on the homebrewing side as a win, because if you don't have a chilling system and it's a hot day, like in California, it's super hot. I might use the Kvike strain and knock out a beer in less than a week.
Oh, dude, yeah, it's the best.
So yeah, it's
Especially with everywhere being so hot, it's like
yeah,
man, just you could brew, not have to worry about chest freezer.
yeah.
Just
So
let it roll. I think it's
convenience.
I think it's super cool. Gives some really nice flavors. I think it takes, especially for new brewers, it like kind of takes pressure off. It's like, yeah, man, it'll just work.
It'll rock and
Like,
roll.
yeah, which would have been sweet, like before you buy gear and have fermentation control on it. It's like, yeah, just throw it in a corner and you don't have to put it in your basement during the winter, or you know. So yeah, I think it's super cool.
But yeah, like I think a lot of it is not only like finding new yeast, but it's also learning more about the yeast. So like all this like thiolized yeast and all the stuff you're seeing now with new beer styles of hazy IPAs, of yeast interacting with hops. We're learning more things about yeast strains of like, hey, like maybe this classic British strain or some lager strain works really well on this interaction. And it's just learning more about that application of maybe people have done it for years, but also learning the science of, hey, we're not always creating new strains, we're just sometimes reapplying some great strains that we know work into different applications because we know, hey, it's gonna work so much better now. So I feel like that's the fun part, is not only finding the new stuff, that what's being used in wineries, cideries, distilleries, but also breaking the rules, like you said, Emmett, is breaking the rules, trying strains in different applications to see new outcomes.
So with like the Kvike strains that you guys have, like, do you know how you guys how you come into possession of those? Is it like you guys go like yeast strain hunting? Like
so that I believe our connection was partly from Lars as well, but they are like each Norwegian brewer has their own like almost house strain, and we're able to get in contact and also use those house strains. So,
Gotcha.
we're seeing more of that. If everyone has their almost like house strains, yeah, they could be almost sometimes genetically the same, but the way they act and stuff could sometimes be different. So like almost how we were talking like USO5 versus 001. Our 001 is still acts a bit differently than Zero's US-05.
Even though they're both like Chico strains.
Yes, correct. And so we're seeing more of that of like using people's house strains. So I know we recently released WLP 6420, which is our kettle sour blend, but it's by our friends in Florida, Tripping Animals Brewery. So they're a brewery that makes a bunch of kettle sours and all that, and they use this kettle sour blend of different lactose and some yeast in there to make their beers, and we were able to bank their strain and sell it now publicly. So we're seeing more of that along the lines of like, hey, this brewery, let's get your house strain out there, and if they want to release it, they can.
And while Devin was answering that, I went ahead and added our zinc dead yeast Cerbomyces and the Wurflock tablet, and I added that with 10 minutes left in our boil. So we got like 6.5 right now remaining. I'm gonna go ahead. I got the PBW rinsed out of the keg. Got got Star San in there now. I'm gonna hook the plate chiller up, and we'll kind of recirc back in to
Cool it down.
Yeah, and hit it while it's hot.
Yeah.
And got our Whirlpool Arm and some hoses. Oh gosh. There you go. All right. Oh, no, there's a fridge there. Who put that there?
This is our first brew day with the Whirlpool Arm, like on film.
Are you?
Just thinking out loud.
Gotcha.
Should I fill a separate bucket too with some Star San so we could start sanding anything like that?
Yeah, I usually use that little bucket. Sorry guys, we're just getting the cleaning stuff ready to go.
You want me to do anything?
I think we're all right. Let me make you a little solution up.
Oh yes, please.
And the scissors are on the table, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so typically in a 5-gallon batch, when we're brewing with the 240 system, at our elevation, once it's up to boil, we just set it to 55% of power.
Oh, nice.
That gives you, like, I don't know, I feel like that's where
Go-to.
I'd like to boil,
Yeah.
like that, around where that is.
It's a nice roaring boil.
Yeah, it's not too crazy, but it gives you a decent boil off rate. There's that. You'll start
Toss
sanitizing
these
some
in.
stuff.
Do we need to? Oh yeah, I guess we're hot pitching. Yeah, some people are using Kveiks. I love Kveiks now, especially again with so many food ferments happening. We're using that that's a fast fermenter, and it works great on our pizza dough.
Yeah, dude.
I believe that recipe is also on whiteliesbrewingco.com in one of our blogs.
The pizza dough? Mm-hmm. Oh, sweet. All right. So some of you astute viewers may have noticed that we didn't use a hop basket. And typically we always use the hop basket. And gotten some feedback and after some trial and experimentation, kind of felt like the hop basket, especially on the aroma hops, might be kind of containing a little bit of the aroma, the oils. So basically we just came out with this. This is a little Whirlpool Arm. I found kind of works best if you insert it down through the handle. So it goes like this. So when the water's pushing. It just pushes against there, so it keeps a nice tight circle. And I've done a lot of testing with this. I've done some pretty big Whirlpool editions. Haven't had any clogging issues, so people seem pretty stoked with it. So
Nice.
it's on the website now. So yeah, we're going in, throwing everything in directly into the boil, or in this case, the boil for the bittering additions, and then for the Whirlpool, we'll just be going right in. And then we only got a couple minutes left in the boil. I'm gonna
Turn off the.
I'm gonna turn on. I'm gonna make sure. Pump in, pump out, wort in, wort out. Okay. I always like to double check.
Yeah, yeah, it's always great. That's the narrow thing.
Before. And then typically, just since you're going through the chiller, kind of kill your boil, so just increase the percentage a little bit. On the 120s, 110s, it will kill your boil. So you keep the lid on, or just do it like for the last minute, and then it'll go through it at boiling. It'll kill your boil. But that's typically what I do in the 120 is for the last minute, run it through it.
Okay.
It's still 200.
Still hot. Yeah.
So, I mean,
You're almost like sanitizing a bit too by using the heat.
Yeah, exactly. So just kind of a little extra precaution. I'm gonna bump this up to 65.
For the wort chiller, are you plugging in water or how's that?
Yeah, so we'll plug water in for that for sure. Valid point. But yeah, we'll hook up. Cool. We got a little tap right there.
Oh, nice.
So that makes it super easy.
Yeah.
And then typically we'll just run the hose out to the backyard.
Water some plants while you're at it.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Water plants, clean. Like I leave the grain basket out there.
Oh, nice.
We'll clean off the grain basket. If we have fermenters that need cleaned, like typically we might have a couple that we kicked. You can clean those with the hot water. So
Okay.
yeah, try and.
Can you stay right there and kind of explain the hoses real quick?
Yeah, let me get. Well, I will. All right, boil's done. Yeah, so if people aren't familiar with the system, pretty straightforward. But here we have a ball valve, and from the ball valve we come down and into our pump, and then obviously once you go into the pump you want to come out. So you come out. We also have a ball valve on the output, only on the output. If you ever want to slow the flow, you always want to slow the flow on the output of the pump so you don't cavitate it. And then, so from the output of the pump, it then goes into the plate chiller in. And then from the plate chiller in, it comes to the plate chiller out. And then that's going into our Whirlpool Arm. Pretty simple. It's just going through. And then obviously, we're going to grab our cooling hoses, and the cold water is going to go in, the water in, the wastewater is going to go out, the water out. And how it works is there's lots of plates in there. The cold water and the hot wort mix. The hot wort gets cooler and the cold water gets hot. And it's just a heat exchange, basically. More technical than that, but
Yeah.
in and out and
Yeah.
hot and cold. So I'm going to kill the boil since we're there. Kill the heat. Might as well just leave that recirculating for now. And then I'm going to grab the hoses. Are the hoses in the break room?
Yeah.
Have I reused any Kveiks? Yes, you could reuse Kveiks if you are using it for a pseudo lager.
Oh, they're not in the break room.
Again, because it is like that lager temperatures and colder temperatures, it is slower growth, so you'll probably have to pitch more and probably not get as many generations off. But yeah, like Lucha is great. Depending on what temperature you're doing, you could definitely reuse Kveiks depending on pitch rates. I know people love to almost like saisons underpitch that pitch rate just to get as much growth and stuff going for those Kveik strains because they could work at higher temperatures, low pitch rates. They are crazy little yeast strains. And like I said, for overpitching, again, I don't see any problem overpitching for 1 generation batches. If you're not repitching those yeast, you're just you could overpitch and get a clean fermentation. But personally, I always want more beer flavor or yeast flavor, so I'm always going more on the recommended pitch rate or lower pitch rate to get as much yeast growth as possible. If you overpitch and reuse those generations, you could think of it as you're pitching older generations down the line. So you're pitching retirement homes on that Gen 2 because you're not getting the same growth rate you will on that brew. So you might get stuck fermentations if you overpitch and repitch Gen 2, Gen 3. So I always go for the recommended pitch rate or underpitching for beer flavor. But if I want a foolproof fermentation and I don't really care too much about the yeast flavor, I could love to overpitch and just create I know that beer is most likely going to finish out. Hooking up our hoses and
that was. He asked if you could repitch Kvike. So,
yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And you said yes. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
But again, it really depends on what temperature you're fermenting this Kvike at, because if you're fermenting at lower temperatures, almost like this pressurized fermentation, you are stressing the yeast out. Everything about beer fermentation is stressing the yeast out.
So you're saying if you do Kvike at lower
temperatures,
but if you do it at high,
it should get a bunch of growth.
Okay.
But if you're doing low temperatures, same with pressurized, you're probably not. You're torturing it in a sense. You might not get as many generations as you normally would. But yeah, if it's at high temps,
gotcha.
You should get a bunch of cell growth. Yeast cells, again, they prefer these high temps. They love growing at higher temps. So yeah, you could ferment 001 at 90, but with all that yeast growth, some of this yeast flavors are not always going to be the most
ideal,
best tasting. Yeah.
Gotcha. Phenolic maybe, or
I wouldn't really think phenolic for 001, but I would think more like you might get a bunch more diacetyl or acetaldehyde. Some of the off flavors that you might normally see if you don't control fermentation is,
gotcha.
Yeah, yeast want these hot temperatures. Yeast love these hot temperatures.
So when you're growing yeast in a lab, you're doing it at warmer
yes,
temperature.
correct.
Okay, that makes sense. I'll be right back.
Yeah, this all-in-one kettle setup is actually really, really great. Makes quite an easy brew day, if I don't say so myself.
No, yeah, for sure. Try and keep them simple.
Yeah. What are you watering today?
Preferably not to the basement.
Oh man, who fled the basement?
Right. So where are we at? 200. Cool. So what I've found is, at least with our setup with our chiller, with our groundwater temps, is if I want to hit 174 for my Whirlpool, I'll cut the heat once I see it at 184, because it'll drop about
Not much.
about a 10 degree. And you can always add more cool water, but in case you always heat it up too, but I've kind of found a 10 degree swing.
And then you usually just have one flow rate going. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Any leaks? Are we good?
No, I don't see anything leaking right now.
Cool.
Oh, Emmett, there's a question about shipping overseas.
He said there's a question about shipping overseas. We can ship overseas. The issue is all of our systems, our controllers, our electronics are obviously designed for U.S. power, which is 220, 240, but it's like 120 hots versus the European. It's very different wiring. We hope to at some point, but we can ship stuff there, but just not the full bearing systems, just because the controller isn't designed for the power. So yeah, so that's kind of that. But hopefully someday. Where are we at? 182? Oh no. So we'll probably drop a little bit below 175, but that's fine. I assume 174 and 172 will be fine.
Do we have a lid or anything?
Shots fired, man. Someone says you're being goofy. Someone says I love watching. I love watching him and Emmett be goofy. Oh, okay, you got it.
Oh, I thought we were being serious. It's like the most serious I've been in a long time. The lid, let me hit that with some star sand. It's just been chilling down here.
Here we go. Emmett's gonna Emmett.
So has anybody been here for the full stream?
I'm not sure. Kyle, would you know that answer?
No, somebody might say this is like the Euro stream right now. It seems because
Because it's evening time.
evening in
They're
Europe.
off work, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's maybe after midnight now.
They're out drinking some beers.
Oh yeah. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Beer o'clock somewhere.
It's beer o'clock here. It's beer o'clock whenever you want it, wherever you want it.
Sure.
My rule.
Yeah. That's always my rule. Whenever I do a QA QC sensor, it's like, it's beer o'clock somewhere.
Right?
Did you get the best star sand?
Yep.
Did you get the spray bottle star sand?
No. Well, I think we're all right.
Yeah.
We got a whole bucket here. We're good. Because I've read about the spray star sand. Doesn't it go bad?
I am not sure.
Okay.
I usually use isopropanol, 70%, so I'm not too sure.
What do you think about 165 Whirlpool? Because that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, let's just add it in.
All right, change the notes here. So we're going to do 164.
Isn't it just, Devin, you know, it's just like, isn't star sand just it's a pH thing, right? Or no?
I believe so, something along the lines, but yeah, I've moved from star sand to ISO just because we have it in the brew house. But yeah, star sand works perfectly fine. I think it's just same as like almost using a pH buffer. Is like the older it gets, the less effective it becomes.
But
So
isopropanol is, what is that?
it's just a form of alcohol. So usually you could get like 100% or 70%. Even like cleaning your wounds, like that's almost like isopropanol. It's like that brown bottle that sometimes you see clean your wounds.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you could use something like that, and then use that.
Is isopropyl alcohol the same as
Yeah.
isopropanol?
Yeah.
Same.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we could just use that 70% or 90%?
70%. Just so you don't waste alcohol. It still has the effectiveness. So yeah, go get some stuff to clean your wounds and then use that.
So now we're post boil,
Mhm.
so it's time to
Yep.
be clean.
Yep.
Think about
Yeah.
sanitation,
Yeah, because stuff is getting cooler, you have more likely risk of
contamination.
contamination. Things.
So
could
do you
grow.
ever do one of these?
I usually wear gloves here and there, but yeah, that's perfect.
We got gloves, man. I'll step my game up. I'll wear gloves. I'm never gonna wear gloves at home. I'm sure we have gloves.
As long as you clean, like wash your hands.
Let me check real quick. We might have gloves. We used to.
I think I have them up here.
Oh yeah, those gloves.
Yeah, dude. Kyle, it's cool. I got them. Yeah, man.
I was talking like latex gloves, like good old plastic ones. But yeah,
dude,
Wait, what?
this is what you want.
the hot
You wanna
ones,
wear these, right?
The heat gloves.
Is this what you're talking about? These aren't it?
You gotta go with the claw hammer logo now.
I don't want Chris White to tune into this. See Devin not wearing gloves and just straight up.
He gets fired.
Oh no, not proper science etiquette.
So on the fermentation side, you typically always will put gloves on.
Yeah, I love overspraying my star sand and isopropanol. I just spray everything,
Gotcha. Well, I'm going to put you in charge of touching things.
All right. Sounds good.
Thought isopropyl and give you some if you want.
No, this works fine. We got our star
already
sound
got it.
solution.
I feel like it's what most homebrewers use anyway,
Yep.
so it's what I use.
Yeah.
So I wonder what temperature we're at now. Probably a little lower, but that's all right. 162, that's fine.
Yeah.
So just adjust your
uh,
recipe to 162 Whirlpool. So we got a 2-step Whirlpool. We're gonna do the first additions for 20 minutes, and then we'll add the second addition at the 10-minute mark, do those for 10 minutes. So those are 3-ounce packets, even though it says an ounce on
Oh,
it.
okay.
So
Good to know.
we'll just do half. We'll do
Half
half
and
and half.
half?
Yeah,
All right.
just eyeball it. I don't.
Sounds good.
So we'll do 1.5, 1.5 of each.
Yeah.
So I'll set my alarm for 10 minutes once we add it, and then
Another 10 minutes.
another 10.
All
I'm
right.
gonna turn off the chill.
I'm gonna add half in right now then.
Okay, cool. Set the timer. And then half of the other.
Yeah.
That does not sound safe. I wouldn't want to use any alcohol as sanitizer that could not drink. I don't know if isopropyl alcohol. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Use
what it's-
alcohol that I would not drink. Well, what's crazy with isopropanol is its evaporation point. That's why we love using it. Is it evaporates very, very quickly. So most of the time you're just spraying it on the outer surfaces and it evaporates very, very quickly. I don't know if you've ever seen like the flaming hands or anything. Maybe this is why I'm a chemist or a pyro. Is lighting stuff on fire. It will evaporate very, very quickly. Like
Right.
it'll almost like playing with dry ice. It like if you move it quickly, it won't burn you.
But let's say, like in our
Yeah.
case here, if we're spraying isopropyl alcohol, it's just gonna evaporate. You don't need
Yes.
to light out fire.
yes, for the most part, it's just going to evaporate.
So it's not like you're, it's
yeah,
not like you're adding isopropyl alcohol to the beer.
Yes, you're not dumping it into.
Right. You're spraying like your scissors.
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Did somebody ask if they should light it on fire?
No, they just said it didn't sound safe to use. So I was just trying to.
Yeah, but there also is, if you're worried to, there also is like food grade of like quality. Yeah.
But in a
of-
lab, like any lab's going to be just using isopropyl alcohol.
yes.
Yeah.
hmm And that's why we're saying 70%, right? Because 30% is going to be water anyway.
Okay, so you're not going all the way up to like 90.
No, we're not using
Like
100%.
you just wanted to drink the alcohol.
Yeah, which I would not recommend with isopropyl.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, that's they usually don't they
Yeah,
denature
yeah.
it too.
Right, ethanol is okay. Going sciencey, ethanol is like a 2 chain, when isopropyl is prop is 3. So
Very
it's added one, which is gonna make it a lot more toxic.
Yeah. But,
Same with methanol. Methanol is 1.
But methanol is a cure for alcohol poisoning, right?
Is it?
I think so.
I thought
Is that
methanol was
right?
like
Ethanol.
Ethanol.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Because methanol is
Yeah, that's the one I'm
is
thinking of.
if you don't distill correctly, you'll get too much methanol in your distilled product and
Right.
alcohol blindness and all that.
Yeah.
So again, the longer the chain, the longer it takes to evaporate. But methanol, ethanol, propanol.
I just touched that.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. It's not touching the beer.
7 minutes. Okay, so we got.
Emma, do you
So-
have the? Are you? Do you want to clip the Whirlpool arm on there?
I feel like the way it's in there, it pushes against here and it's golden.
It seems like it's maybe pointed to the center.
I can't see. Well, I felt like it was good. Do you see? I feel like it's going that
Yeah.
way.
It's moving.
Oh, okay. Maybe you can use this as reference. 'Cause it's kind of pointed like. Wait, let's see
I
here.
mean, but if you look in there,
Yeah.
This way.
but look at the.
It's kind of like pointed. Okay.
But I mean, if you look at it, I mean,
Circulating.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you do.
It's whirlpooling.
You know this is not going to work right. Because we're doing this live. And first,
all right.
Well, yeah.
Well, we'll just blame
Yeah.
apartment Steve. We'll see ya. Have a
Take
good
care.
night.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, so pretty quick brew day. It's supposed to be a 30-minute mash. Probably ended up being a 45,
Yeah.
50-minute mash. with the live, I feel like when you're filming, I always forget things.
Stuff takes
But
time. Yeah.
caught on to that. Thank God, because our pH was super high. Dropped that down.
Yeah, we got the pH down.
And then we did a 30-minute boil, a little longer because I forgot we were
Adding
making
hops,
a brew day.
yeah.
I forgot we were brewing.
Yeah.
So then we came back in and added our 30-minute addition because it's a 30-minute boil at that point, which is what we planned for a 30-minute boil. So that's what our hop additions were based for. We did a 30-minute 1 ounce of Centennial, which should get us around 30 IBUs. And then now we're on the Whirlpool doing about 1.5 ounces of Citra, 1.5 ounces of Simcoe. Those are going to go for 20 minutes total. And then we're going to add another 1.5 ounces of Citra, another 1.5 ounces of Simcoe with 10 minutes in that original 20. Those will roll for 10 minutes. So, and then the fun part, which is the
Fermentation.
Mythical Hammer yeast, which is why we're here, is to showcase that yeast.
This new yeast, again, right, it's going to be available for pre-order early October. And then if you do order it, and you're part of the Fermentation Society, it'll come with an awesome collect them all pin.
Yeah, claw hammer pin.
That's a nice
White Labs.
Yeah,
thing. It's
claw
pretty
hammer
sweet.
and White Labs Fusion, and it'll be delivered early November. So
Sweet. Yeah, I'm excited. We'll probably put an email out to anybody that's on our email list on Facebook. We'll probably do a reminder community tab. But yeah, hopefully we can get a lot of people buying the yeast. That'd be super cool. Because basically you're going to make what's ordered maybe a little bit extra, but it's like if you don't order it, like that's it. So.
So unless we hear otherwise of like do another run,
Right.
this is gonna be a very exclusive run.
Yeah. So if you're interested in A, just getting a cool yeast, but B, supporting us and White Labs, it'd be cool. It's got our name on it, which is sweet.
Yeah.
It's got White Labs' name on it, which is sweet. So you know the quality is there. Because I know I wouldn't want to buy yeast that I made by myself.
Hey, you never know. You took that class.
Right. I skipped the third day. So.
Well, this is why it's the claw hammer yeast now. You know.
And then another thing is Rachel over here has been showing off our merch. We never really talk about our merch. It's just something we don't really talk about, but we do have merch. You can go to the description, I believe, has the direct link. Otherwise, it's Teespring/Clawhammer Supply. But I think it's in the description of the live stream. And then also, so you get this shirt. Ross designed a couple shirts that are on there. So check that out, the rad shirt, which is super sweet. And then we also finally created YouTube membership. And basically what we're going to do with anybody that signs up for that is basically just putting money back in so we can do more brewing videos to cover time and editing and, well, for now, like live stream setup. So, but hopefully, this is going pretty good. So yeah, anybody that signs up for a member, basically that's just going to go to being able to do more videos and putting it towards that. So yeah, you'll probably see a membership thing there. I think we just signed up, so it should be on there. So definitely check that out.
Nice.
Yeah,
man. That's one of the new features, correct?
Yeah, I think it's fairly, new to me, but it's probably been around. I think they were like, oh, Patreon's doing this. Why aren't we monetizing it as well?
Well, more opportunities, more brew days.
Yeah, totally. So, so we got I always think ahead. So we got the Star San in there.
Yeah.
And then in your typical setup when you're brewing at home, how, are you cool dumping your Star San out like a half hour before putting the lid back on? Or are you dump at the last second and then transfer?
That is a good question.
If you're sanitary and have everything clean, it probably really shouldn't matter, right?
Yes, if you're fully clean, it really shouldn't matter.
But best in order to alleviate the most.
It really depends again. How much are you getting any flavor pickup from that Star San? Is it not evaporated enough?
Okay.
Because I use very small. I'm always at R&D, so sometimes I use the 1 gallon small containers that I'm always dumping out last minute.
And you have all that foam in there.
Or it's barely any foam.
Yeah.
But it really depends. As long as you're clean, you could dump it out that 30 minutes before and let it dry and be clean.
Cool. I was basically asking because I was like, should I dump the keg now just so it's ready?
Oh, we can.
And then that way we can
Yeah.
kind of get everything hooked up. And then
Is it around time we should add the second round?
1 minute.
All right.
And then
Where's the star stand? You had a bucket of it?
we got a container here. Then that whole bucket's PBW, and then the star stand's up there, and then the keg's full of it. I peeked in. All right, yeah, man. You can
All right.
do
The last,
the second edition.
all of it.
Start the timer.
There we go.
Sweet, it smells good.
Yeah. And we are adding, again, the Simcoe and Citra hops.
Yep, about 1.5 ounces. Eyeballing it perfectly fine. And then, yeah, our estimated post-boil gravity, we're shooting for 1052. So
Okay.
we'll remember to take that
Yeah,
reading.
and then
So,
1052.
and then, yeah, in the trial beers that you guys did with this yeast, it fermented down to like 1.005.
Yeah.
So super dry, super kind of, I guess the notes were like, I don't think I printed that sheet out, but it was like fruit. Oh yeah, honeydew, grapefruit, rind, pine, berry. What's that word?
Tangelo.
Which would be
Like a orange almost, like a
Okay.
tangerine
Okay.
orange.
pine, and then basically you kind of refined everything to pick out like the
Yes.
flavors that you want. So we're kind of expecting like
A fusion of the two of like, again, that berry, but also like very pine forward.
kind of that
Very,
resin.
very, very like clean almost. So like again, letting those hops shine a bit more,
Right.
letting your malt shine a bit more. So we wanted to find like a nice, clean middle ground, but also accentuate some of the hops.
And it should be like
Yeah.
super dry, super crisp. 'Cause
Yeah.
we're fermenting down.
Yeah, so perfect for those hoppy lagers, IPLs.
Perfect for the end
Cold.
of summer for
Yeah.
sure, because it's still hot. I mean, it was 90 something here yesterday
Yeah.
or whatever it was, so it's still warm out. So I think once this is tapped, I think it'll go pretty quick. So yeah, it should be. I'm excited. I haven't been drinking a whole lot of hoppy lagers, and I do enjoy them. I guess I'm still calling it a hoppy lager. Is that
Yeah,
right?
I personally love our hoppy lagers. We usually do one strain to style and like one curveball, one oddball, and like that's where my favorite hoppy lager came. Was we pitched WLP 590, our French saison, into one of our hoppy lagers, and yeah, it's not to style. It's a saison yeast in a lager
Did you ferment it warm or cold?
on the warmer side.
Okay.
But yeah, it came out
Awesome.
awesome. Enough touch of phenolics to add to the hops.
So cool. Dude, pea soup in there.
Ooh wee. Do you guys add any Camden tablets?
I did it 10 minutes
Okay.
with the yeast
Yeah.
nutrient. I added them both with 10 minutes left
Yeah.
in the boil. Sweet. Yeah. So then, and then on the Whirlpool on the hop side, so we're whirlpooling at like 160 probably at this point, 154. What, as you chill down, are you pulling out different characteristics of that, or is it like you took it out at this higher temperature, like it already?
I believe that's what a lot of the hop companies have said is like there are different variables of like what you pull from. I know the reason why we're adding some at that late edition, right, end of Whirlpool in that sense is because
leave the bitterness behind.
yeah, and we're also not really doing a dry hop. We're treating this as our dry hop.
Right. Yeah, and that's again just due to it's just easier.
Yeah,
To not
it's-
dry hop,
it's-
you're not opening it. You're not.
And
there's
it's
no
gonna be
chance it could-
pressurized. So
it's going to
like,
be pressurized. There's no way. This way, it's under pressure the whole time. You're getting the hops in there. Let it do its thing, and then you can drink out of the keg. But we'll probably transfer it out or whatever we want to do. But this way, you don't have to worry about once it's in there and clean and doing its thing. It's you don't have to open it back up. So. And then I don't know. I've never. Again, I don't brew a ton of huge hoppy beers like on my own time. So when I have done dry hops and you lose track of it or whatever, then you get those grassy notes and
Yep,
whatever. So, but that's just me because I don't brew a ton of them. But I feel like I need to start brewing more.
Yeah, there's an art to it as well of how long you leave those pellets.
When you add them,
Yeah.
high Croissant or not.
How long you leave them on.
Right.
Yeah. All aspects.
Can you take that lid off?
Yeah, he's got the clean hand.
Yeah.
We got the Whirlpool can going on now.
Nice. Yeah, so we got our Whirlpool going. We got, I don't know, maybe 5 minutes left on it. Yep, 5 minutes, 12
Nice.
seconds left. And then currently at 150.
Yeah.
That works then.
Well,
Devin wants to keep
Yeah.
it covered.
usually
You can put it back.
for cleanliness, right? The lower temperature you get, I get more and more paranoid, you know?
I could
Just-
see you sweating.
Yeah.
He's freaking out over here, Kyle. Kyle's all about getting a good shot.
Yeah.
He'll risk the beer, man.
Again, we can have a sour cold IPA, you know? That works too. But if we're all clean, you know.
We clean our office. Man. This isn't a college dorm.
There's organisms everywhere, you know. There's organisms at the bottom of the sea. There's organisms pretty close to space, you know. Like
In my beard.
yeah.
I don't believe it.
We made I forgot what brewery we partnered with, but they made a beard
I remember that.
beer.
Yep.
Yeah.
I remember reading about that.
Yeah,
being
so
that's
we harvest
unappealing. Yeah.
yeast from that and then grew it up for them and they brewed with it.
But you
and-
selected like the actual good.
yeah.
Yeah.
But it came straight
Yeah.
from the beard. There's something like shipwreck beer that we found.
I remember
yeast
reading
still
about that.
from that. So
But
there's
my first reaction was like, not the most appealing.
yeah,
But it's
yeah,
cool.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
super
yeah,
cool.
yeah. Not the most appealing, but it just shows how many organisms that
yeah.
we don't see.
Well, especially if he's a brewer and
Yeah.
surrounded
Oh,
by
yeah,
yeast
yeah.
all the time. Cal, can you zoom in on our monitor, please?
What do you mean?
It got really small.
Oh,
The chat. Yeah. It's almost like I guess it's the new almost open ferment. So you could just bring your beard around and just shake your beard.
Gross.
You know?
It's really gross. But yeah, I do remember that. Was it? 'Cause it was. I feel like it was like in all the craft beer and brewery, like all the
Yeah.
probably even like the Times picked that
Yeah.
stuff up. I'm assuming.
Because it's so weird. you
Yeah.
know?
Oh, it's super cool. It's like, what are you doing? So we're really close to our target, or not target, our Whirlpool time's almost up. So
Cool.
I think I'll turn the cold water on. We'll continue to let it chill. I think we were talking previously before we started the stream that we're gonna try and get the wort down a little cooler than we might typically.
Because we're just gonna let it free rise because of the pressure.
Yeah, because we're gonna be doing it at room temperature, so we're just gonna let it start a little lower because it's gonna
Yeah.
slowly warm up, and the yeast is gonna warm things up once it's going.
Yes,
Right.
and then what's also crazy too is a lot of the flavors and aromas that yeast do for that growth is within that like first 50% attenuation. So
Okay.
like if we control the temperature by that point and then just let it free rise and by the end where it cleans up,
Okay.
um,
We'll
most
be in good shape.
yeah most of the flavors are going to be created by that 50% attenuation.
Sweet. So I'm gonna turn the chilling water back on. Make sure we're good out here.
I was just checking the foam if we wanted to give it another big shake, which I might do. I might give it one last shake outside, if anything.
Yeah. If you want to dump it out there, you could do that as well. All right. The merch link doesn't have the shirt on the mannequin.
yeah, thanks. I had no idea.
Brad, thanks for the heads up. Our t-shirt staff is working on that diligently now. I may have made that up. Kyle, you working on that?
No.
We're not working on that, but we'll make sure to add that. Sorry about that. How long are we whirlpooling for? So we're whirlpooling the first 3 ounces, which is an ounce and a half of ounce and a half of Citra, ounce and a half of Simcoe. Those were both full 20-minute whirlpool. And then we did another 1.5 ounces of Citra, another 1.5 ounces of Simcoe, and we did that for 10 minutes. So 20 minutes for 3 ounces, and 10 minutes for 3 ounces. So didn't really explain that well, but yeah, that's what we did. And then I'm gonna basically keep it whirlpooling until we're completely chilled down here, and then gonna let it settle for probably, I don't know, 5-10 minutes. Let those hops settle, and then we'll transfer it to our keg at that point. So chilling typically this time of year, 15-20 minutes. The groundwater's a little bit warmer. Wintertime is probably my favorite time to brew, just because it's so fast. Yeah, it's cooler out, but that's kind of the plan. What does the YT subscription emit? Adam, that's a great question. So the YouTube subscription thing I was talking about, I will have to ask management. Anybody know?
It's like there are a couple.
I guess there's a couple tiers. So if you just click on it, it'll show you what the deal is. I need to look at it myself.
We're gonna add some stuff just to make it like more, I don't know, appealing to people.
Yeah.
Like, we just set it up.
We literally just set it up,
like
so
last night,
we're gonna probably look at it, see what we can provide, probably offer some better things than are there. But yeah, there should be a couple tiers. I don't know, it might be a tier that's just like, get Emmett $1 million.
Oh. And you get to brew with Emmett, or like?
You just give it to me,
Oh, okay.
and then I go on my way.
Oh, there we go.
But yeah, just check the link, check it out. No obligation, obviously. But we'll be using that towards just doing more brew days. It is whirlpooling. We sell on our website. If you click on products and then brewing accessories, you'll see it on the top there. We have one for the 10-gallon and one for the 20-gallon. Same design, it just has a bend in it. I have one here. Might be easier to show. But it has a bend in it, so it can sit over. And I like to put it this way, and then the hose kind of holds it, so it does a nice whirlpool. But this is the 10-gallon, the 20-gallon just a little bit longer, so it fits right at the bottom. Pretty simple design, just slides over it. So, but yeah, man, we're almost at the. So that did you empty that?
Yes.
Oh, sweet, that's awesome. So that's ready to
Gonna be
go.
ready to fill. I'm still thinking of you with $1 million. Emmett Labs.
Right? No way. Nope. Nope. Emmett's life's destroyed. Poor choices. So we're still at 112, so we got pull that out a little bit. So.
I'm cooling. While it's cooling, should we just take the gravity now?
Yeah, we could definitely do that. What's the best way to take a sample?
I'll take one of your cups and I could sand it.
Yeah, let me do a little quick.
Devin, were you gonna announce the? Can you just say when you're gonna announce the yeast?
Yeah. Again, for that WLP 808, that Mythical Hammer lager yeast blend. Again, that pre-order is going to start early October. So if you go on yeastman.com and go to Vault pre-order, it should be there to get that pre-orders in, and then the yeast will be hopefully ready by early November. So currently, if you go on yeastman.com and go on that homebrew tab, you could get WLP 096, and if you are part of the Fermentation Society, which is again free to join, Fermentation Society is completely free. You'll get a pin with it.
Okay,
while,
cool.
while supplies last.
Very cool.
So I'm going to get some quick sample. We could probably cool this down.
I feel like it has pretty decent temperature correction.
It still feels on the hotter side.
What is? I think we're over 100 still, though, aren't we?
Yeah, 104.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Do the responsible thing.
Don't want to leave the longevity of our equipment.
Right. All right. All right, watching us clean, exciting.
Oh yeah.
Will you post this recipe with steps on your website? We will. We'll probably wait until it's done fermenting and we get to taste it. Because that way we can, typically if we brew something we don't like it, we'll put what the recipe was, but then we'll put like, hey, this is what I would do if I was going to brew it again. So we'll definitely post a recipe. We'll definitely have step-by-step directions, but we will also definitely carbonate it, ferment it, carbonate it, taste it, make sure it's good, and like if it's not, we'll let you know and tell you what to do.
Yep. Nice.
So it, I mean, I feel like you guys brewed it, so as long as we totally didn't screw something
Again,
up.
it's always different
It
from
is.
5 barrel to
100%.
So.
But
We gotta make adjustments, yeah.
the idea is there. So we'll let you know what how it comes out. So we're pretty honest about that. If something's terrible, we'll be like, yeah, don't do that. So, ooh, what do you got there? The farmhouse saison.
I wasn't going to say anything until I opened it up to see it goes.
Make sure it's good, not oxidized. How old is that?
2019.
2019.
Devin, how
Sweet.
long will a mixed culture beer stay good?
It depends.
Pasteurized or filtered?
If it's unpasteurized, then what's crazy about mixed cultures is that creation of what changes over time. So like, you might have some certain yeast available, and then from those metabolites that they'll produce some of those like compounds, then maybe you'll have like your wild yeast of Brett eat that up. So again, like the oxygen or diacetyl might be eaten up by Brett, or you might have some other bugs or bacteria to eat up. So it's always a changing, ever-changing fusion of who's conquering the world, who's conquering the beer bottle right now.
So yeah, so in case you missed it, Kyle had asked how long a wild yeast or sour beer can last. We brewed this in 2019, and we haven't. It came out. It was great the first couple of
Yeah,
years.
it's the White Lab Saison yeast.
Okay.
It's a blend, so that was like one of the beers, and then we blended it with kind of like a Solera type thing.
Yeah, bunch of
with
dregs.
A couple of different, like 2 different White Labs, like Brett. Like
Blends.
Mixed
Yeah.
cultures, and then one from the yeast bay as well, I think.
Yeah.
Nice.
Is that the one we did some dregs from like commercial beers?
No.
No, that was a different one. Yeah.
I was like
If
doing
I can
drinks.
get that thing open.
Yeah, that'd be exciting. Where are we at? 93. We're getting there.
Yeah, slowly going down.
Cool.
Got the keg already.
Yeah. Yeah, so when we get to that point after the Whirlpool, from my testings and readings, it's good to let it set
Yeah.
5-10 minutes, let that set,
Yeah.
then we'll pull off of there and then transfer
Yeah.
right into there. So
Yeah. Get that hot pile in the middle, and then
yeah, man,
hopefully have
Yeah.
some nice,
Clean.
bright, clean. Yeah.
that's the goal. And if not, it'll
If
settle
not,
out.
yeah. If not, you could call it a Zwickel beer, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Or a hazy
Lager. Yeah.
cold IPA lager,
Yeah.
IPLA. All right.
Yeah. I'm excited to see how this turns out.
Yeah, this is like the part of the brew day that I'm always ready to like just be not done, but
Yeah.
like just have the chilling done, and
Yep.
but it's a good time to clean. Honestly,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
typically when like if we weren't, we have that keg pretty much ready, but typically at the last minute I'd be like,
Yep. Yep.
cleaning one out.
Yeah.
So
That's always the most important part. Is I hear it time and time again. Is brewers are glorified janitors, you know. So cleaning is very, very important because Again, the workhorses work out these colder temperatures, so.
Right. Yeah, I mean, a glorified generator is not a bad way to put it. Australian or New Zealand hops? Does he ask? I'm not sure. I might have missed
preference or.
Yeah, I don't know. I might have missed the first part of that question. We're using some Citra and Simcoe, and the bittering edition was. Do you remember what we added?
Centennial, right?
Yeah, Centennial.
But yeah, I do love.
I don't know. I'm like really bad at hop origins, like what's like
where,
from country. Like I don't. I guess I don't. Again, I don't brew a ton of hoppy beers, so it's like I know my noble hops and
the classics.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I brew that.
No,
But
I
like
love-
Simcoe would be American.
I believe so. I know like
Yeah.
Nelson is like New Zealand.
Yeah.
And all that. But yeah, some of the newer hops. Oh, they're so great. They're so aromatic.
The New Zealand ones. Yeah, yeah, totally. So yeah, I should. I guess that's one thing I'm very not skilled.
Super in the realm
Yeah,
of,
yeah, I
yeah.
have no idea. And I
The
mean, not
hops,
that it
yeah.
matters, but it'd probably be a good thing to brush up on just
Yeah.
the different characteristics and.
No, I feel the same way. Like how we were talking water chemistry or even just malts and hops. I'm always like, I need to see what new stuff, because there's always new things
Yeah.
out there, which is great in all
Yeah.
four categories.
And
So-
like with hops too, like I'll maybe if I'm brewing something, I'll research for that brew day, but it doesn't. It's like
oh, yeah.
in and out. Like,
Yeah.
So, and same with yeast. I mean, you guys have so many strains, and I've maybe in the last 20 years maybe used 10,
Okay,
maybe.
yeah,
You know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah.
So it's like because you kind of get you. It's like okay, I can
know
only
what works.
I can only brew X amount of time. I know this recipe I like. I know this yeast I like, but like at the same time, it's kind of like there's so many more out there, and I'm the same way. I need to just be like, okay, I'm gonna try this new thing and try it. And there's so many styles that you can brew that you just I don't know. It's like anything. It's like when you watch TV, you just put the same thing on. or whatever, just out of
You
habit.
get into your habits, but
Yeah.
I still think try and do beers and try new yeast strains, try
Yeah.
new ingredients. Is
Yeah,
always,
that's it. Hops,
Yeah.
anything, and grains if you can get local grains.
Yeah.
I mean, I really like the Riverbend stuff, and you can get that from homebrew shops. I think Asheville Home Brewer Supply.
Oh, nice,
You can order online. So if you want to check that out. What about Mosaic Single Hop IPA? I'm a big Mosaic fan.
Oh, I love that. Yeah.
I had my first one. Great Lakes used to do one.
Okay.
I think they had to change the name due to a trademark back in the day. But it was the first time I ever had Mosaic, and it blew my mind. And I was just like, it's so good. And I feel like every time I brew with it, I get something different out of it. So, yeah, I'm a big Mosaic
You're
fan.
gonna have to tell me to.
Is it oxidized?
It's not oxidized, but
All right. Yeah. What's
it's
this?
very maybe like vinegar.
Okay. It soured a lot. Yeah. Yeah.
It
We'll
smells,
see.
it smells good to me. What do you think? You got it. You actually have a nose that matters.
Well,
I'm like,
again,
I don't know.
we'll-
I'll drink
we'll
it.
Pour it. Yeah, I'll drink. I love trying random stuff. But yeah, no, I love Mosaic too. I think one of my favorite things I homebrewed with Mosaic was I fused that with some like green tea and some passion fruit. I guess like Mosaic has some of like those tones,
Oh, wow.
and it became like super wild.
Like
So-
a pale ale or IPA? And
yeah, like almost like
And
a
you were-
like a hoppy.
And you
Yeah.
added the tea in
Secondary.
and just like
Yeah, like tea.
like
tea.
cold. Did you cold brew the
Uh-huh,
tea?
Yeah.
And then just added X amount.
Yeah, with passion fruit puree and all that. And
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Okay, yeah. I bet that would be good.
Yeah.
I've never brewed with teas. I brewed with coffees, but never tea. Yeah, like, you want to pour that
Yeah.
and see? Got a little fuzz up top. It looks like. There we go.
Cleanliness.
I think it was maybe part of the cork. It's still carbonated.
Yeah, that's a good sign.
This is from 2019.
So 4 years.
It's been in the bottle for 4 years. Has it been in?
It was pretty.
It was pretty awesome.
Mellow blend, but it's not like that.
Did you try it?
Yeah, I just tried it.
What year was it? Like
Like 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
okay, sounds about right.
I mean, that
Woo.
year it was great when we bottled it because we had already had the Solera stuff
Yeah.
sitting for a while, and then we blended it with the saison, and it was good when we.
Yeah. But yeah, it just shows how much organisms could change something over time.
Oh yeah, it's so different. It used to have not necessarily a bitterness bite, but like something there that kind of rounded it out.
Yeah. Now it's like very, very dry,
Yeah,
almost sandpapery. But no, like
but it's not bad.
it's not bad. It's very tooth enamel-y of like it's very, very sour, very dry.
Like I feel like if you blended this with something with a little fruit in it,
oh yeah,
a
that's
little
all.
more body,
I was like apricots or something
Yeah.
with this.
Like
Like definitely bring it up.
with something with a little body on it and
I think
a
that's
little
how
sweetness.
we blended it to begin with. Thinking back, you know.
We blended it.
Yeah, because we brewed a batch
Yeah.
of saison. I was like, oh, this is great, and then we blended it with that, and
Yeah.
it was chilled it out.
Yeah.
But then I think
It just kept eating
Yeah.
it,
Yep. Yep.
kept fermenting.
Just give it time and it keeps on eating. It's not bad, but yeah, if
Make blend it with something. That'd be
fruit,
nice.
yeah,
But it definitely will strip the enamel off your teeth.
yeah.
What's taste like? It's it's not offensive. It's just very
It's-
acidic.
yeah, it's like light hay, very, very acidic. Almost.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would.
It's
I'll
very
drink-
dry.
Yeah, it's very dry. I'll drink that whole thing.
But yeah, it needs that added
I need some body,
fruited punch
a little sweetness. Yeah,
because it's a nice base. I feel that's a very workable base.
yeah. And I mean, it was so good. I guess it's another like learning thing. It's like okay, when it's good and it's peaking,
Yeah.
just drink
Drink
it.
it. Yep.
This is-
By workable base, what do you mean? What would you do?
Again, like fruit it with the apricots or fruit it with like some stone fruit on that. Yeah.
I think you'd have to keep it cold and drink it fast.
Yeah.
Right? Sure.
Yeah,
Because yeah, those flavors change over time.
that's
so
our that's
yeah.
our final bottle.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean it's I'll drink that.
Yeah.
I got nothing, nothing better to do.
I wonder what that finished at too.
81 degrees.
What WLP strain would I choose for oatmeal stout? I sometimes like the English strain, so like WLP 007, dry English, something more malty, even WLP 002, our English ale strain would be like a good oatmeal stout. I like the more malty characteristic notes on my stouts, so I always go that English route for oatmeal stouts too. Oh, nice. We're at 80.
We're getting there.
Cool. So what strains did you pitch in this again? It was a Saison and some Belgian blends, or?
Man, I can't.
It was like a couple of the mixed culture. White Labs has a couple of different mixed culture options, right?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we threw in some yeast-based stuff in there.
Stuff in
Yeah.
together,
And
honestly.
yeah, and see what turns out.
So we had like some old stuff from the Yeast Bay, and then we threw some stuff from White Labs in there, and then it was just like French Saison probably
Yeah, and then
Okay.
that we brewed. It was good, so we blended it together. And I actually bottled a bunch and gave them out as Christmas gifts
Oh, nice.
because like at that point it was
Perfect. Yeah.
like mellow enough that if someone wasn't a beer drinker, they drank it. If they drank that,
Oh, yeah.
they're used to drinking Bud Light or
Yeah,
whatever.
it's gonna be way too sour for them, and
Right.
but I love sour beers that are too far down the sour spectrum. What yeast would I use for a grapefruit IPA? It really depends. I'm probably gonna use a clean neutral strain, so I'm always gonna go like WLP 001 to highlight that grapefruit or highlight those hop characteristics or whatever.
so you want to pull the grapefruit out of the hops and not
Or like
the yeast.
yeah, I'll pull it from the hops or the added grapefruit puree if I'm doing some other addition to it. So I would choose a clean strain as possible.
We are at the stage. We're chilling down the wort. We're done with the boil. We're chilling it down. We're whirlpooling our hops, and we're gonna chill it down till pitching temp, and then transfer to the keg. So brew day is pretty much over. We just got to finish chilling and then transferring to the keg. So that's where we're at.
And then pitching the start of the show, right?
Yeah, start a show is the Mythical Hammer WLP 808. You can go to White Labs or Yeast Man, which is another one of their websites. And basically, you sign up for the Fermentation Club.
Yeah, Fermentation Society.
Fermentation Society, which basically gives you access to new strain releases.
Exclusive strains, a better way for us to communicate with you guys, the homebrewers, of latest happenings, we want to hear from you of like what trends do you want to see, what more information do you would you like to see out of White Labs. So it's just a better way for us to re-engage. But yeah, this is a great collaboration with Claw Hammer, as this is gonna be an exclusive strain available pre-order early October and going to be available in early November. So sign up for a Fermentation Society and you'll get an exclusive pin with it as well. A nice collaboration of Claw Hammer's logo with White Labs as well. So
yeah, it's pretty cool.
It's pretty fun.
And that's pretty much the only way to get that yeast is to buy it from the Fermentation Society.
Well, you should be able to buy it even without signing up for a Fermentation Society if you don't want to. But
you can just buy it on the website.
Yeah, but if you want this collect them all pin,
Gotcha.
Something fun,
Sweet.
that's free of charge.
And then
you'll only get with being a part of our membership.
So if they do sign up, and then they'll get our yeast, but then going forward they'll get all the other yeasts in that? Is that how that works?
Yes,
Or,
we're trying to release different yeast strains. So currently we have WLP 096, our Franken yeast blend, available right now. That comes with a pin.
Okay.
Just in time for Halloween.
Cool.
It's Frankenstein themed and everything fun.
Right.
But yeah, we're going to try to release more and more strains from the vault, trying to get input of what strains you guys want to see from the vault being available for you guys to brew.
Sweet. Well, you guys hit on pressure fermentation, doing it for a while now. I don't secondary ferment anymore. I just pitch the hops in the primary now and haven't had any issues for my IPAs. Yeah, I haven't used a secondary in many, many years, even if I'm not doing pressure fermentation. You're probably going to be the one to ask about the hops, just because I don't do a lot of IPAs.
Yeah, I personally like pitching the hops now, even like with hazies being the style and stuff. I love pitching it like how we just pitched it of Ender Whirlpool as my dry hop #1, and because it's pressurized, I don't really deal with it actually dry hopping during that. Yes, you could always ferment and then dry hop and then spun and like get it then on pressurization. But for us, I believe for this recipe, we're going to actually start spunning on day 3 or 4. So we're not actually going to dry hop while it's pressurized, because again, it's not the most ideal if you're taking yeast from a pressurized thing, unpressurizing it to dry hop and repressurizing it. You're just almost like pH spiking it or temperature spiking it. So any spike is not the most ideal or healthiest for the yeast strain. So I personally like either not pressurizing it, dry hopping, then pressurizing the fermentation, or just doing a late Whirlpool as my dry hop.
Which is what we're doing.
Yes.
But so the other option would be ferment with just an airlock or spawning valve set to 0 pressure, and then after like 3-4 days,
dry hop,
open it up,
and then start spinning the next
dry
day.
hop, put the spun, and then spun that bar or
15 psi.
15 psi. So okay, that's a great question. But yeah, what are your favorite dinosaurs? I like that television show, Dinosaurs. That was on
the old school.
90s.
Yeah.
I'm bored of IPAs. Easy drinking, low alcohol beers is where I brew at home. Yeah, I'm kind of in that same boat. It's nice to go out and have a few and be able to drive home and not just have one beer.
Also, some of those styles too are like show a great brewer of, because there's so minimal amount of everything. It shows
every screw up will show up.
Yeah. So
yeah, that's kind of the beauty of darker beers too. They're so forgiving.
Oh yeah, all that malt.
Versus like something like this where it'll
show
up. So so we got to be getting close, man.
What tempo are we at? 77. Yeah. Should we just start transferring over and
I think
get rocking?
I think so. Yeah. And it'll keep chilling as it's going to be going through the chill. So let's do this into the star sand, right? We'll release that, go in, like, sanitize this
Yep.
hose because it's going to be touching the keg, right?
Yes.
So probably just want to remove. If you want to, you got the cleaner hands, I think, at this point.
Is the pump off right now?
Yeah. And then I'll close the ball valve too. And then, did you want to? I'm just thinking sanitize.
Barely, yeah.
Can you reach it?
Yeah. And then.
I'm just thinking anything that's going to touch the keg,
Yeah.
like part of the hose, to like the rubber.
Oh, okay. You fill it like that. Okay.
Because we're going to fill it
Yeah.
with that hose. So that's my thinking is let's
makes
make
sense.
sure that's good and clean.
I'll actually bring this down.
Oh yeah, it's smart. Make sure we're still good on water.
And just from the top,
What's that? Just fell from the top?
like you said. Like,
Yeah, that works. Yeah. As much as you sanitize is as far as I'd go in, right?
Yeah.
That'll work.
All right.
If you want to hit the old pump. Okay, we're flowing.
Filling in. Nice.
Cool.
Cool.
We are flowing.
Yeah. If you want to focus on that again.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, again, our next generation packaging. Again, my personal favorite is honing in on that cell count. So more consistent batches for all you guys, as how many cells you're pitching really matters. And you could, again, really customize whatever you want with that QR code. So if you're in the shop trying to figure out how much you need for a brew day or anything, just scan the QR code. There should be a bunch of information about the strain, how much to pitch, a pitch rate calculator, even an estimated viability calculator is one of the newest things we just implemented because these packages are a lot more breathable, so they last a lot longer.
Oh, is it going in here now?
Yeah.
You keep talking.
Yeah. So yeah, just scan the QR code. If you don't like math, we made it easy as possible. So 1 pouch per 5 gallons is a normal ale pitch rate of 7.5 million cells per mil. So that's just like industry standard. If you are brewing something at a lager temperature, we do say use 2 packages, or if you're brewing a big beer, use 2 packages. If you're doing both, use 3. So we try to make it as easy as possible. And we are double checking our gravity right now as well.
No, I was just getting
Yeah.
ready to. What I typically do is transfer everything and I'll take a sample from
Yeah.
the kettle. That way I don't have to touch anything
Yeah.
in the actual fermenter, you know?
Oh, actually, we took a sample, remember? Or
We took, oh yeah, we did take one.
Yeah.
Damn. Thank God someone's paying attention. This was post-boil too, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Sweet, good call.
Kyle, can we borrow your phone again with the?
Yeah.
So we don't need that. We don't need that. I felt like I was repeating something, but
We got it done, you know.
yeah.
Can you hit the power button on that guy?
It is.
Is it on?
Yes.
Can you turn it around as well?
Yes.
So they're working on taking our starting gravity. Those poor limes. Oh, thanks, guys. So we were shooting for 1052 post boil. Dude,
We are right on the money.
look at us. So 1052, dude. Money.
Yeah, perfect.
You hold that up to
Yeah.
the flavor.
1052.
So I'm still a Beersmith user. I haven't switched over to Brewfather yet.
Mm-hmm.
But if you do use our system, our equipment profiles are available on our website. So if you got one of our systems and use Beersmith, the profiles are there, and they're pretty dialed. So this we did a crush and a half, I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if everybody was here, missed the beginning of the brew day. Our mill was not set for grains; it was set for corn, I believe. So it was really wide gap. So we ended up. Can you hear me?
Test.
Did they do a little battery swap?
Are we all good?
Did they both die at the same time?
No, like the main thing that.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay.
I grab it.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Back
Sweet.
in business. I forget what we were talking about. Just saying,
Yeah.
if you need the Beersmith equipment profiles, are on the website.
Awesome.
Yeah, and we hit our numbers. And the one thing we took a minute to adjust was the pH, just because I wasn't thinking, but went back, dialed that in. So,
Yeah. Speaking of all those beer calculators and all that, again, we have that new estimated viability calculator on the QR code.
Okay.
A lot of times, like Beersmith and all that, use some of our old data of like how it was in pure pitch or in the vials. So
Okay.
the viability is a bit different. So I would recommend, if you are using some of the new next generation, to use our calculator to input some of those like metrics, because yeah, we have better viability, longer shelf life.
Okay.
For the new next generation, because it is more breathable. It's better, healthier on the yeast. So
and you're getting more consistent yeast
Cell
cells,
counts, yeah.
cell counts. Okay, cool. Then I didn't forget about this. Once we're done transferring to the keg, we'll transfer a
Yeah.
sample into here, let it sit, and this is just a whirl pack.
yeah, just a sterile vial or a sterile sample to collect sterile wort to, again, see if we do pick up any organisms before pitching our yeast.
So this is sealed, so it's a clean, sanitary environment. So you open it up, obviously, with clean, sanitized hands. Add your wort, seal it back up, and if nothing grows, you're cool.
Yeah.
If something's in there, you might want to check for an infection of
flavors or
sort.
anything, yeah.
Okay. Cool. So we're done. We're done with this guy.
Cool. Where are we at on that fill level?
We're getting there. Yeah.
What's your favorite beer?
My favorite beer?
Yeah.
Are you asking, or?
I just want to hear your audio.
Oh, are you able to testing? I just got back from a trip in Ireland visiting family, and there's something about Guinness in Ireland that's just so good. I don't know if it's the pasteurization that kills it, or just age, or what when it comes here, or just the way it's poured. But man, it's good.
Oh, that's still one of my stops. I always hear great things.
It's so good.
You poured your own pint and everything?
I drank like 8 a day
Oh, nice.
at least for like 2 weeks straight. So, but yeah, that's probably my favorite beer. But I like a lot of beers, but I do stick to the darker realm versus even in the summertime. Like, you know, I'll drink dark lagers over regular lagers or whatever. But Adam, the Guinness definitely tastes quite a bit different. It's a treat. It's worth trying.
You can't beat it straight from the source.
Yeah, I think that's a lot with any beer. You know, you don't want an IPA that's traveled, or like, you know, a fresh juicy one. Maybe a dank resiny one can travel a little bit better, but a fresh hopped IPA is you want that super quick and fresh, right? Keep forgetting we're filling. We're getting there. Do you mind opening the lid? I'm just curious where we're looking.
Oh, we're actually.
Oh, we're done.
Yeah. All right.
I mean, that worked pretty dang good.
Yeah. If we tilt it, it's gonna get too much tube.
Oh, these kegs are 6.5 gallons. That's why.
Yeah.
No,
I think we're good.
Yeah. So we are done transferring into our keg. I wasn't thinking, because I kept looking at the keg, and the keg's 6.5 gallons, which gives you plenty of headspace. But I was just like, I was thinking in my head it was a 5-gallon keg still, just because it's still new to me. So I was like, we still have. And then I was like, we've been running our pump dry for the last 10 minutes probably. So I'm gonna kill the chilling water. And then
Pump is off.
Yeah, I killed the pump, so I'm gonna let you do the honors of removing this hose. Maybe what's the best way?
Yeah,
you can do it. Yeah. You're clean and gloved up.
So remove the hose.
Should we take that out completely? Do you think?
Yeah.
And then I'm just gonna clip this back up to here.
Yep, that works. Yep. And then we're gonna pitch the yeast.
And then, Kyle, do you have a good view on the yeast pitching? We'll make sure.
Yeah, sure.
Let us know where you want it. So this is the reason for the brew day.
Yeah.
So we should focus on it. But this is super exciting. You got a production label there. If you show the back there, shows our sweet, sweet name on there.
Yeah.
Did we make it on there?
It
was on the package?
I don't know.
We're gonna change it. We also are gonna change it up too. So, yeah.
Nope, we didn't make it. Oh yeah, we did. Mythical Hammer lager. I mean,
we're gonna attempt to get the branding of some claw hammer on here, but they're also
either way
limited space. But yeah.
Either way, we're on there.
But yes, this is the collab again. All around lager yeast blend. We're actually going to be pitch 2 of these just because we are doing a pressurized fermentation, just for safekeeping. But yeah, it was right at the cusp of 1 pouch or 2 pouches. So. Get all that yeast.
And Kyle, let me remind me to get a shot of the hop tube shot too. Once we're done pitching. And
so again, this strain's going to be available pre-order early October and available in early November. So collaboration with Clawhammer and White Labs, all around yeast lager yeast blend. We're doing this in a pressurized fermentation. We're spunding it to 15 psi, 1 bar on day 3 or 4, and letting that just free rise to room temp and letting that go.
So when you say 3 or 4, we'll set it to 0 pressure for the first 2-3 days, and then then ramp it up to 15 psi like on day 3.
Yeah.
So you let the initial fermentation
just
so you don't have to worry about like off flavors esters during that initial
you might
phase?
have a few, but yeah, we're just giving it almost like a quick bump, quick
Just letting it get healthy, get ramped up, get going,
Yes.
and then it's like, okay, now that you're doing your thing, then we'll close you in a little bit, make you work a little bit harder.
Yeah.
Okay.
And clean up some stuff.
Okay.
Quicken that fermentation. Oh, shoot.
I know. That's why I was going through that whole thing, been talking about this the whole time.
Oh, we didn't put it in there?
I'm so used to I'm so used to having extra wort in the bottom.
Ah, okay.
So
that also works too.
I forgot that I'm beta testing a couple other things for our kettle, and you can see we got a pickup tube that goes down and gets all the wort out.
Yeah, which is awesome.
But we used to just have it right there, so it left me with a good inch of wort. So I was like, we'll just grab this, and then when I looked in here, I didn't realize the keg was already full.
Yeah.
So that's just my bad. So, but I've been hyping up this bag.
You got like a flashlight on your phone?
I want Worldpack to send me some commission. So we could when we do the oxygen test, we could pour some out and put it into here. I already pitched the yeast.
We already pitched the yeast, so it's gonna.
Yeah. Okay.
So that left behind a pretty good amount of stuff there.
Of yeast.
Yeah. Tyler, are we on the right shot here on the right?
Yeah. So that's like 7 ounces.
Cool.
Yeah.
6
But
ounces.
yeah, a
out
nice
there,
hot pile,
which is good.
Yeah.
So.
But
So we can't do this.
But yeah, in theory, it's a quick test.
Yeah.
But again, you want to take it before you pitch the yeast,
Yeah.
as yeast is also going to expand it.
Yeah,
and
totally.
let it
So
ride.
yeah, we would not get a accurate reading.
Nope.
But yeah, definitely a good idea. I think next time I'll fill this before I start transferring. I'll fill up a little bit of one of these and then transfer.
That
to the
makes
keg.
sense.
But I usually keep my lid off too. I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah.
Oh, if we're going to do the DO testing or anything, we'll.
Can we just pull it out of with a ball valve, like with a pick tap for the DO testing?
It should, yeah.
Because that way we won't have to open it back up. If you're cool with that.
Yeah.
So I've never oxygenated a beer with oxygen. So I'm not sure how many people out there have. So we picked up an oxygen tank after going to your class and talking about oxygen rates. It seems that even if you shake as vigorous as you can, you hit a point where you can't exceed any more being pushed into the wort.
Yes.
And it's kind of below
It
where
really
you
depends.
really want to be.
It really depends on where you're at. Again, like depending on what altitude you're at. But we always love using oxygen stones to hit that 8 to 10 parts per million. That's a general rule of thumb.
Nikes. Do we have an oxygen stone attached on here? Or no. No. On the keg already.
We could do the natural shaking for.
Okay. And we'll open it back up.
Yeah, so take a little sample out of there, like just put a little bit of CO2 on it and like push a little bit of sample out and do the like initial reading.
But ideally what we're trying to hit, again, is that 8 to 10 parts per million of dissolved oxygen. It's almost like zinc. It's just another safeguard. What it's doing is dissolved oxygen in that first growth phase, that lag phase. It's going to uptake that oxygen to build healthy cell membranes. And it's just going to allow that transportation of compounds, pH, sugars, everything in and out of the cell. So it's going to help create healthy transportation for those yeast cells. Without oxygen, it's almost like being in a stuck room without any doors. So you want to create some doors for these compounds to move in and out of the yeast cell. So that's what the dissolved oxygen is for. You need it at the beginning of fermentation. You do not want it at the end of finished beer or even just yeast storage, because yeast are going to uptake that oxygen or oxidize the beer and make it bad.
All right, so what we're doing now is cleaning the table so it looks decent. And then, so we have a Should we take a reading before we even shake it?
Yeah.
Or does that matter?
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah.
It's a baseline. Yeah.
Yeah. So we have a meter, a DO, which stands for dissolved oxygen. I've never used one, so you're going to have to probably do the honors.
Did we get it all calibrated and stuff?
Did you set some stars inside?
But I would make some fresh.
Oh, okay.
It got a little bit of wort in it.
This should be calibrated.
So yeah, it's a dissolved oxygen meter. And what
We
it,
have the Hawk, so.
and what it's going to do is
Hopefully.
measure the amount of oxygen. So what I'm curious about is we're going to test it without doing any shaking, and then we're going to shake for a couple minutes vigorously for what, 2 minutes, a minute?
Yeah,
What-
2 minutes.
2 minutes, and then we'll take a reading with the dissolved oxygen meter to see how much dissolved oxygen we put in there, and then we'll hook up an oxygen tank with a diffusion stone. Is that what they're called?
Yeah.
And add oxygen for X amount of time. I have no idea how long.
It depends on what the provider usually says. So like sometimes there's like a flow rate on
We got
the,
no flow rate, so we'll go with I don't know,
like 30 seconds. Yeah.
We'll just do set time. So we'll do 30 seconds. Then we'll take another reading. And I'm just kind of curious because I know oxygen's important. You read all about it. You hear all about it. And we bought like a tank from our homebrew shop. It wasn't super expensive, but you can also buy like little disposable tanks from like I've seen people buy at like Home Depot and stuff
Yep.
like that. I don't know how important it is to get like food grade or medical grade, but that's probably something you should research, I guess. But
Yeah,
I think
know-
oxygen's
yeah.
oxygen, right? So,
Yes. So I know people do get stuff from hardware stores.
Yeah,
And it
I'm
works
sure
fine.
It's fine, yeah. So yeah, we figured since you're here and you know how to use this stuff and know what it means, that you can help explain it to me. And then what do we got?
Hopefully it's a good meter, but we'll see. Yeah.
We just replaced the tip, and Kyle calibrated it, so we should be good.
But yeah, every instrument's a bit different, so it'll also be a learning curve for me. But we could roll through the punches, you know.
Right. Someone's asking what happened to Rachel. They miss her in the videos. She moved away, so she's just she went out west. So yeah, so when she's in town, sometimes we'll catch up if we can make our schedules work out. Hopefully we can get her in on a video sooner or later. Hopefully we can do more videos, honestly. Yeah. So what are you working on here? So you're just
Yeah, I'm just seeing the reading.
and you're taking a reading of
Let's see if I need it.
air.
Sometimes it makes you calibrate with like making it damp water and everything, but I wonder if it'll just do an automatic reading or not.
Kyle, are we calibrated on this thing?
Yeah, we should be.
I have no idea. This is new to me. It's called a HANA HI9142 dissolved oxygen meter, milligrams per liter. No one asked, but I'm letting you know. Everyone tuned out. They're like, we don't care about oxygen. And you're sampling just
Just
DO,
just straight water. Yeah.
and that will let you know.
I just want to see what it's reading at right now.
Okay. Is there
But yeah, if we want to take a,
a
Wort
base? Is there a base
there is not.
to like?
I have zero oxygen solution actually right here if you want to test it as well.
Oh yeah, that
And
actually works.
that'll
Yeah. But you have, so here's the thing. This is the temperature.
Mhm.
So it has to be
Submerged by that. All right.
Yeah. But at
Someone's asking what we're having for lunch today.
well, see, that's the bummer about live streaming is we can't like just stop and eat tacos.
Typically we eat tacos during like the mash or the boil,
Oh man,
So-
that would be nice.
but we did a short a short
Yeah,
one.
short
yeah,
mash,
I
short
agree
boil.
with that too. Kyle does need a mic. We'll do that for the next one for sure. I tried to relay questions, but yeah, he's got 0% oxygen solution, and we're just double checking to make sure the meter is dialed in.
And we can always recalibrate.
And that's from Hannah Instruments as well, the company that makes the meter. Is that right, Kyle?
Yeah, you don't want to buy this.
You don't want to buy this?
No.
It's
You
expensive?
just wanna watch us what we're doing here, yeah. So.
Okay, so
Yeah.
don't buy it and literally invest in the oxygen tank instead, and then just do it for whatever time we say, probably 30 seconds.
Yeah, there's always
Or-
flow rate things that also help. So it's
Or
not
just,
always the knob.
or to shake your beer and get it close enough.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do what you can where you're at. I mean, I've never fermented with oxygen before. I always just shake and made some really good beers. But
Yeah.
again, if it's something you're spending your time and money on the hobby, it's not super expensive.
Another safeguard that
Yeah.
you probably need.
And I feel like we spend so much time on buying the best grains, the best yeast, the best hops. And then it's like the fermentation side, like you spend all this time thinking about the brewing side, and fermentation's like, okay, dump it in, forget about it. And that, I know I am like that. It's like, okay, but the fermentation's like the whole
most
thing.
important, yeah. Yep.
But I'm guilty of it because it's the end of the brew day. You want to be done.
Yeah.
You're kind of maybe sometimes rushing to clean. It's like, okay, but this is like the time that I really should be paying attention.
Again, it's the most important part. It's reading at 0.2, so we should be all right.
0.2.
Yeah.
So we'll just
collect
adjust
some.
0.2.
Yeah, we could collect some, probably some wort.
What about like a fish tank air stone? What do you think?
Again, those.
Like aquarium pump?
I know some people use those as well. It's again, how well that diffusion is the bigger the surface area, the more smaller bubbles you get, the quicker the fusion into the wort. You don't want to see like big bubbles here and there because it's not getting into the wort. It's just
Well, maybe we'll do some experiment.
Yeah,
we can do some testing.
I've heard people use aquarium pumps.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
people
but-
people have been doing that in the homebrew talk. I feel like forever. So, oh gosh.
It's just more efficient if you do get a
So,
oxygen.
do you want to hook the CO2 up to take the reading for the wort, or do you just want to?
I guess it depends on how we're gonna push out the sample.
Did you take a read?
We're figuring out what we should do to take the reading. Probably just need a picnic tab. No problem with that. That'll
Yeah,
work. It's
yeah.
not going to affect the reading.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
We will see. You know.
I'm going to make sure we're tight. Okay. I think that's everything. Everything should be tight.
So you can push some extra out.
Oh, sweet.
Just clear the line.
And then I'll
Yeah.
get some Star San to put the
Attach it.
tap on,
Yeah.
yeah. And what would be like an ideal parts per million, like generically for a good fermentation?
8 to 10 parts per million for dissolved oxygen. So that's your go-to aim for what you're aiming for. Is 8 to 10
Okay.
is a nice rule of thumb.
Oh, we got plenty of, maybe, no, I think that's empty. I was going to say we might have plenty for, so I'm going to put this in here.
There
Just
we
so,
go. Yeah.
and this is just a picnic tap. So our idea here is we're kind of doing this on the fly, but we want to do some parts per million tests with oxygen. So I'm hooking up a picnic tap to wort out.
Devin, can you pull that cord over? Just like push it over. Yeah, there you go.
Sure.
I'm sorry. So we're we're gonna hook the CO2 tank up, and we're just gonna push out our sample so we can test what our oxygen levels are without oxygenating it. Then we'll shake it for a minute, take another sample, and then we'll hit it with an oxygen
See if we can
tank
bump it
just
up
to
even
kind of
more.
see
Yep.
see where we're at and see what you can get with shaking, and we might be fine.
Yeah.
Might not be, but only one
We'll
way
see.
to find out. So we figured while we have people who understand this stuff, it'd be the time to actually do some testing. So I'm gonna let you hook it up since you got the gloves on,
Sounds good.
and we're still
On the outside. All right.
and Max. Just trying to read some of the.
That still seems pretty loose, actually.
Is it not?
It's not embedding. Yeah.
I might have. There we go.
There we go.
Just gotta
Angle it.
gotta
just
hit the
right-
gym.
Yeah.
and then this here.
Yeah.
I'll let you.
All right. There we go. Redemption.
Gas is already on. Okay. I'm just gonna put a little bit, right?
Yeah. And I'll just bleed it through right now.
Yeah, just so we're not clear the line.
Yeah. All right. That's.
I'm gonna turn the PSI down too. All right, let me know when you're ready.
All right.
Right.
Ready.
Does that have enough in it already or no?
Should. Yeah.
Yeah, I have it closed, so.
Yeah.
And will that affect the reading?
It might bump it up just a bit, you know.
Yeah.
But we will see.
I'll be sitting on some trube there, huh?
Yep. So, let's see what this reading is. So it's down to 4.5, 4.4. So already pretty low. So
What is it for?
4s, yeah.
Dropping.
Yep.
Here's the thing. Hannah Instruments suggests that we use a stir plate
I mean,
and stir.
for how long?
I cannot find an extra extension cord, so.
How long?
Well, it
I mean-
also makes sense, right? Because we haven't shaken it or anything, so we haven't had any.
Right.
No, I
Oh.
mean like a stir plate. They suggest that you put your sample
Uh-huh.
on a little.
But for how? Do you know
Yeah.
for how long?
Just probably just
I
during
think-
sampling.
I
Yeah.
think it-
Okay.
Almost like a
kinda
pH meter,
swirl-
yeah.
swirl it around a little bit.
We can do that.
We could just do it by hand.
Can't really, because I can't find an extension.
Oh, okay.
We could do it by hand too. You know?
We'll be close enough.
Just get a more homogenized sample.
So
yeah, it's
one,
alright. Yeah.
1.0.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
That's
What do you want? 8?
we want 8.
Okay.
Yeah. So
So 8, you're gonna get 1 just by brewing.
nothing. Yeah,
transferring
yeah.
and
So we're
splashing.
we're not even there yet. So.
Okay, so I'll dump this.
Yeah.
Well.
Oh yeah. I'll probably dump this if you wanna
Okay.
handshake or something. Unplug and
Yeah.
handshake for a good minute or two and see what we get.
So you're gonna have to take the pressure off of it and open it back up to basically purge the.
I don't want to open it back up though. That's why we're doing it this way because I don't want to risk any contamination. Like, do you think just purging it's enough, or do you think we need to open it?
Have to just purge
Oh.
the CO2 out with oxygen because you want if you're just
Yeah.
gonna dissolve
Yeah.
CO2 into it if you shake it now.
Oh.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Not a scientist, guys.
Yeah.
How much oxygen?
Just purge the CO2 out.
How long do you think?
Is that that's a CO2 canister though?
It is?
It's
That's,
a
that's oxygen, right?
it says CO2 on the side.
Are you joking me?
What would you?
Homebrew shop. I didn't even look at it. He's
Carbon dioxide.
Well, we'll find out. Yeah, we'll find out. Try it out.
all right. We might not be able to do our test after all.
yeah.
We might be shaking.
Yeah.
I didn't even look at it because he's handed it to me.
Label says carbon dioxide, so.
Well, I was like, oh, it's red. Does that mean oxygen? I don't know. How long do you think?
Because it's not also getting diffused. I think you're gonna have to shake it anyway because
Well,
it's not a
Right.
aeration stuff. Yeah.
But in terms of purging, how long?
Oh.
Just do like 3,
Yeah.
4, 5 times.
Okay. Man, I hope this is oxygen. I don't think it is because it's labeled not oxygen. I didn't even look at it.
I mean, it's fine. You will just have to take the lid off. You know what I mean?
For
Decompressing, take out the
Just to get
CO2.
to get some oxygen.
Yeah.
I gotcha. I'll let you handle the taking of the lid. I don't want any infections coming back on me. All right, so a minute.
Yeah.
Let me actually. A minute seems like a long time when you're shaking a keg.
Especially if it's only CO2. We're just getting CO2.
Right?
You want to trade off?
That was 10 seconds.
Depends how vigorously you want to shake it. You could also do the roll around where you just pass it.
Yeah, I used the floor to my advantage.
Sometimes I just keep it on the floor and we kick it to each other, you know?
Do a roll.
Yeah. Do the,
Just one of
Yeah.
those.
yeah. That also works.
Yeah, I'm not trying to impress anybody. What levels are you trying to achieve? 8.0?
Yeah, 8 to 10. 8 to 10 parts per million. That is,
Oh, Clawhammer's already on it.
yeah. That is per.
Just a spray bottle of SS and you're good.
Stars. Yeah, Starsen also makes a handy leak test. It foams up and bubbles.
Okay, it's a minute.
All right. I guess also the deometer would be the truth of it if it is.
Do we have some spillage on there? Sure, it looks like it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Um,
This will give us the truth.
Just remember to depressurize it.
yeah. Yeah, they charged me for a CO2 tank.
Oh, they did?
Yep.
Oh, no.
But I think it might have just been a miscommunication.
Man, I can't get this.
I think, yeah, pull up. Yeah, it just, oop, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Doesn't lock until. Yeah, we're looking for the right amount of oxygen as they need
Is
it.
that on?
Yeah. They need it for that initial growth phase. They're going to take up dissolved oxygen to help build healthy cell membranes. If you ever get stuck fermentations or any of that, a lot of it is the cause of not having proper nutrition of oxygen.
Let me know when you're ready.
Oh, you have to plug in that side.
Oh. Where is it? Where's the picnic tab? Oh, dude, I'm sorry. My bad.
You good?
Struggle bus.
We're almost there.
I know.
Almost there.
All right, let me know.
All right. I'm going to start pouring. All right, we should be good. Now we'll see if this really is CO2 or...
I mean, it's definitely CO2. It says CO2 on the side.
Yeah.
Dude, that's a bummer. Oh well, we'll swap it.
All right. Yeah. Now it's
Use
just
a
trying to
paint
get.
stir on a power drill to oxygenate. Not sure how effective that is. Probably just as effective, if not more, than shaking for a minute. I
Yeah.
would assume.
The one from Spike Brewing actually is great too. They have a flow rate meter. We actually collab with Spike as well. So that I love using. That's a nice oxygen stone and gives you the correct flow rate, and they tell you
Okay.
how many, like what number to put it on
Oh,
and for
sweet.
how long.
Nice.
Yep, that's definitely CO2 as we're
So
still at that one.
What are we at?
That one parts per
Okay,
million.
so now we'll have to open this back up, which I don't want to do.
Yeah,
to
so we're
get
gonna
all
have-
the CO2
yes,
out because we've been
yeah,
putting CO2 on it.
and CO2 is heavy, so
So then we'll have to open it up and
Yeah.
then shake the heck out of it.
yep. Sadly,
Oh well.
brew days.
Brew days, dude. Well, dude, I said it like 10 times. Like, yeah, we're doing this thing with White Labs. Like, we need to test oxygen. But people, whatever.
Yeah.
And I didn't even look at it. So that's my fault too,
Yeah.
for not even paying attention.
Check your gas tanks, but no, it happens.
Yeah, not a
It
big deal.
happens.
So, this has been a fruitless journey.
What happened?
It's CO2.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Kidding me.
Well, even the receipt says CO2. I think there was.
Devin, depressurized.
I think.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
I think he might have just thought I meant CO2 when I was saying oxygen.
Yeah.
Just being like, he's kind of dumb, which is the appropriate thing to think. He doesn't understand how carbonation works.
All right, so yeah, we're gonna have to figure out a way to get the CO2 out.
And nothing else in.
Yeah. Any good ideas?
You're the scientist, man.
We got a air horn or something. Because yeah, all the CO2 is sitting inside the keg. We'll have to like push it out.
So we pretty much need an oxygen tank.
I don't know. I'll probably do this. I mean, you're gonna just
Yeah.
you're just gonna contaminate at this point. I mean, it's not ideal under any circumstances, but maybe like do one of these numbers.
Yeah.
Just, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Not the most ideal, but
This is
This is like
This
this
is-
is like everything
yeah,
we just
yeah.
prevented, just to do a test that didn't end up working. So yeah, we don't have the oxygen. So we're just gonna put a bunch of bacteria into here.
yeah.
this is the dumbest thing we could be doing.
Yes, with White Labs here.
Yeah.
Like what you want to do is be
Introduce
very very diligent with sanitation, and then just wave all of
this-
it back into
Yep.
your keg.
The funny thing is, when I saw that red tank as well, I thought, oh, oxygen must be right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, it did nothing. It didn't change at all.
No, it went lower. So yeah.
It went lower.
Yeah. Well, again, because of CO2.
So what if we shake it with this open? Would that help?
I think let's just. We did the best we can to get the air out. So I say let's just go back in the shaking. Yeah.
It would help build
Well, no, I wouldn't shake it to where it's pouring out.
Yeah.
Man, we can't do anything right. That's why, like, even brew days that go like perfect, there's always like one thing.
I'm not going to take the blame for that. I don't think we need to take the blame for this one.
Yeah, I think it was probably just miscommunication.
Yeah.
Because I don't know how many people buy oxygen.
Oxygen.
tanks.
Yeah. Just double
But-
check those oxygen.
The bummer is, like, I called to verify, and then verified again when I was there, and just I should have looked at the tank. Because I was like, oh, it looks the same as the CO2.
Yeah.
Oh well.
All right. Now let's just keep on shaking and try to get as close to that 8 as possible. Try to get some oxygen in there. But yeah, well,
Yeah, we have a local gas supplier here that we typically get our tanks refilled at. It's like $10 to get a huge
Yeah.
tank refilled.
if anything, too, if you're able to go to that gas supplier by like tomorrow
Paulson.
or something early, and then try to
Oh.
get some oxygen.
You want to go tomorrow? We could goose it,
Yeah.
or later today.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Yep. So again, as long as it's within that 24 hours, you should be all right.
Oh, we should have just left it closed then. We could have went and picked some up. Homebrew.
Yeah.
You do what you can.
Wait, Comer says that the red tank is usually oxygen.
I know. That's what I thought when
Yeah.
I saw it. Maybe they gave them the wrong. Maybe they filled it wrong. It says carbon dioxide on it.
I could hit.
I mean, it's a whole.
I could hook the stir plate up, and we might get a better reading that way.
Is CO2 flammable or non-flammable?
It says non-flammable.
Yeah.
But
I
yeah,
don't-
red is usually oxygen, but
It looks like maybe
they
filled
labeled
wrong.
it.
Clearly, it does say CO2.
Right.
Yes, so I go with whatever's
I guess
labeled,
we could
proper
call-
documentation.
You want to call Holston and just ask him what lot number this goes to? Because maybe it's just misstickered, but it is oxygen. Because we
Yeah.
didn't put a ton on there.
Yeah. Well,
Just-
also, yeah. Usually, you'll have an oxygen stone to help.
And we
get
have
it.
one.
Yeah.
Because it's the same sticker, right?
Yeah. What about the lot? Is it the same lot number?
Oh, it's up here.
410203.
That's probably just when they fill them, I'm guessing.
But yeah, you can compare lot numbers too.
Either way, feel pretty good about the brew day.
Yeah, but stuff always comes up. That's part of the brewing, you know. Yeast is a living organism, so again, this is why you want to treat them as properly, as nice as possible.
And then-
Train them like a dog.
And then fan it right in, back in there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's just part of homebrewing. I'm not a person who really gets upset or mad.
Yeah.
Or even frustrated. Might just be like,
Again,
oh, that was a bummer.
yeah.
Like, but you know, whatever. It's, you know what? Still gonna make good beer.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
It's
We'll find
also
out.
like donut holes, right? You could find some great new styles of stuff from
Sure.
mess ups.
There
You
you
know.
go. If I had a day brewing where everything went off without a problem, I'd spend the next couple of days wondering what I did wrong. For sure. It's
Yeah.
like you realize like you
Yep.
forgot like half your hop additions or
Yep.
something. I've definitely been there where I'm like, I'm like, oh yeah, missed like even today, like, you know, forgot to take the pH reading.
Yeah.
Came back,
Things
corrected that.
happen, yeah.
Started a boil, completely didn't add hops, so then come back, add your hop. Not a big deal. Start your 30 minutes or 60 minutes from there. So it's all about just adjusting and
Yeah.
it'll be fine and not stressing out. It's like
As long as you have proper documentation,
Yeah,
that's the number one
that's
thing I
it.
stress. Is like
Yeah.
write down your mistakes. You know,
Yeah.
that's the only way you'll learn from them or
and
be able to
and
pinpoint.
if you want to repeat it,
Yeah.
if it came out great, it's like okay, this is
what
this is
happened.
what I
yeah.
did. So yeah, I always take notes. I always like, and it's not because I'm anal. It's because if I want to brew it again, or if I missed a step or whatever, you have notes to reference. Like, I'm not going to remember tomorrow, honestly, what happened today. Like,
Yep.
they all blend together.
That's why you write notes.
So, yeah, man, excited to see this yeast in action. We went down. I was out of town when it released, and then when I finally went down to get some, it sold out. So,
Oh, nice. Okay.
which is a good
Yeah.
sign. It sold well. So,
Yeah, people like the cold IPA, so we'll see.
excited to see how this comes out. Wish we
yeah.
would have had time to pre-brew it before you got here, so we could sample
Yeah.
it. But you can't always do that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
What size is the grain basket on the 20-gallon? Alan, you'll have to shoot me an email. I don't know off the top of my head, but it's sized to fit inside the 20-gallon kettle. It's huge. If you're brewing 5-gallon batches, I don't think you'll ever fill it. 10-gallon batches, it's a huge grain bill. But yeah, just email us info@Clawhammer Supply. I'll actually look up the specs. I have them in my note. It is, what kind of yeast is it? It is a collaboration with White Labs. It's called Mythical Hammer.
Yes. WLP 808 Mythical Hammer.
And the way to get it is to go to White Labs and look at their Fermentation Society. But yeah, it's a 808, and yeah, man, definitely you can pre-buy it in the next.
Yeah, early October.
Early October.
And then, again, sign up for Fermentation Society. So you could sign up through Yeastman, and it's a nice checkmark box to Enrollment's free, but it's another way for us white labs to communicate with the home brewers, figure out what sort of trends, what people want to brew with, what sort of styles, and just communicate of, hey, there's so many new things out there that we could experiment, play with, just like this with 808 of trying to get an all-around lager yeast blend that produces pressurized and still produces a great tasting beer.
Yeah, so we'll be fermenting this under pressure. On day 3, you're saying we'll let it roll for 2 to 3 days, and then on the 3rd day we'll put it up to 1 bar, 15 psi, and then ferment under pressure. It'll allow us to ferment at warmer temperatures, suppress some of those unwanted flavors, and should make a super nice, crispy, hoppy-ish, aroma-forward, lager-ish beer. It's a lager.
Yeah, it's a lager, cold IPA. Lager blend.
So I talked to Holston Gas, gas company, and they said that the brew shop doesn't stock oxygen, and if the sticker says CO2, then it's CO2.
Okay. So I think they must have just thought I meant it was someone I'd never worked with, and he might have just thought I was a little...
So they said they can, if we would take the tanker over there, they'll just swap it out for us. They have oxygen at Holston.
Oh, right now?
The gas company. Yeah.
Yeah.
We could actually hit it with oxygen today.
Yeah, let's do that.
If you wanted to do that, that's a nice safeguard.
It's in here.
Oh, yeah, we don't need it. Yeah, let's swap it. So, I think they were probably just assuming that I meant CO2 and not oxygen. But I was pretty clear. But whatever.
Guess they didn't carry oxygen.
Not a big deal. I forgive you guys.
But I would say, if anything, you could either let this go, see if it starts fermenting. If not, pump it with that oxygen.
We'll hit it with oxygen.
And then I would say also when you're sampling and pushing through, push it through with the oxygen. As I was thinking, I'm like, we're pushing through CO2.
So what was the reading after we just reshook it?
0.8. I haven't even taken a reading yet.
Oh, we should do that.
But we can't because we're going to push it with CO2
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, it wasn't.
So
we'll just leave it.
We'll
leave it as,
and then through with oxygen.
We'll hit it with oxygen, take a reading, and then hit it with 30 seconds. Let it.
Yeah.
And then, so for now, we need to put a spunning valve on it, but set it to 0. Open.
Yeah, and then day 3, day 4, we'll set that to 1 bar or 15 psi and let it go. But if it doesn't take off, that's where that extra point of oxygen. It should be all right. Stuff happens on the brew day, so as long as within that 24 hours, if we don't see any activity, if we don't see the pH drop or anything, it's all right. We could still add some oxygen in that, and it should still kick off the fermentation.
And how often in like a commercial brewery or at White Labs? How often in a commercial brewery or specifically like White Labs are you taking a pH reading every day?
Yes. We love to see that analysis. One of the biggest things we could do for helping troubleshoot and problem solve is if there is that, we call it daily fermentation kinetics, of people taking like dailies of gravity and pH, because that's the easiest to flag. Again, with that first 24, 48 hours, if that pH isn't dropping, that's the first telltale sign that fermentation isn't starting. So
you want to make sure, like the first thing, if your pH is not dropping within, let's say, 12, 20 hours.
I would say 24.
24. Yeah. So if you're taking readings, and especially in a commercial setting, you notice that you're like, okay, something's not right.
And then you could solve it as quickly as possible, like within maybe frozen or something.
Okay.
The longer you wait, the harder it is to solve a problem.
So on the homebrew scale, like what, if you're trying to stay under pressure, what would be the best way to take a sample, I guess? Because you really don't want to open it up if you're under pressure.
Yeah, so by that point of like, by the time we're pressurizing of like day 3 or 4, you could still
because we'll be open before that, so we can easily take a sample.
Or if you need to push something out, pushing through
with
CO2
oxygen.
Or CO2.
Or CO2, because at that point you don't want oxygen. Because once it's going, you want to keep the oxygen away from it. There's so many things to keep track of. But so sweet. So I cleaned the keg. Are we done?
Yeah.
No, we got to put the spunning valve on.
Oh, yeah.
Do you have your gloves on still?
No. It should be clean enough.
Okay. What's that? Yeah. it was already out.
So pressure is
Pressure is
fermentation.
released.
Yeah, so the almost like temperature and lager ale yeast, yeah, different strains behave differently under pressure. Again, my favorite is that MBAA, that Masters Brewers of Association. It's called Under Pressure. I think it was like with the University of Florida that we collab with, but they did trial different strains of seeing how they react under pressure and what creations became. Because yeah, it does suppress certain esters or certain things. So having that knowledge, there's always more experimentation and science out there. So we're always trying to learn as much as possible.
And then you could talk real quickly about the keg project, maybe a quick update. We're waiting on the last part.
Yeah, give me a minute. Sorry. All right. So you'll see we're still using, where'd my gasket go? We're still using the prototype keg. We are getting really close to having the keg project wrapped up. We're currently waiting on some casting samples of the custom tri-clamps that we designed that have the safety interlock included. And that just everything takes longer than you hope or are told. But what we did with those is we had a couple different slight variations made of the clamps. So that way, once we get the samples, we can test them all, and then just one of them is going to work. Mm-hmm. So we basically were like, we'll spend the extra money just so we'll get the samples. So we should hopefully have those in our hands soon, and then once we get those and test everything on metal, then we can go into production. So that's kind of the last holdup. But we were getting super close to being done with it. I'm super excited. But yeah, I was just being extra careful on this because we don't have any of our safety interlocks on it. So I was just being extra careful that all the pressure was out.
Yeah.
So,
Nice
and it's,
tight.
One of those things, some people were like, it's not that big of a deal, but when I'm brewing, I pay pretty good attention. And today, forgot to take a pH reading, and then forgot to add the hops at the beginning of the boil. Just we're talking, hanging out, and we weren't even drinking. So like, you're hanging out with your buddies in the garage, and it's like you could be the smartest person and on top of your stuff, but everybody makes mistakes. Yeah. So it's like, we didn't ever want to release a product that could hurt somebody. Yes. So, we'd rather have to make people wait, which is a bummer, than put something out that could be potentially dangerous. So we're getting really close. People have been super patient that have ordered it. If you do want to pre-order it, the second batch is for pre-order on the website. Super excited about it. It offers a lot of not customization, but modularity and kind of customization. You can add, spunning valves or, kind of whatever you want to add. And dry hoppers, all sorts of things. So super excited for it. But yeah, people are watching. They might be like, "Oh, is this out?" And no, unfortunately, it's still a prototype, but we're getting pretty close.
Nice. Do you guys have a current release date or anything? Or
as soon as we get these molds and go into production, so hopefully sooner than later is what I keep telling people. As soon as we get the samples, we'll go into production. Once we approve them. So. And then once, production's 30, 45 days, so.
Nice.
All right.
So we got the yeast pitched.
Gonna fix our mistake of oxygen, hopefully later on.
Yeah, and it's fine.
Yeah.
Hopefully
it'll take off. We'll keep a watchful eye on it, so.
We added zinc. We did one thing good, one thing bad.
That's the thing, man.
Hey, you can't win them all. You got to keep it even, Steven, dude.
But yeah,
it can't be showing everybody. You can't come on the internet, brew a beer live, and have you don't want to make everybody feel bad. So I'm just looking out for your feelings, guys.
We all mess up.
Yeah, 100%.
Even white labs, yeah.
Oh yeah, even professional breweries, it happens. So, sweet, and it.
But yeah, we'll just keep a watchful eye on it, and then you guys will start tasting it later on once it ends up finishing. But yeah, if there's problems to solve, day 1, day 2, at least we know what to do to fix it. Of just bump it with some extra oxygen.
Yeah,
and
we'll
get
go
that in
we'll go
suspension.
we'll go swap tanks with
Yeah.
with our guys. So I think overall, honestly, the brew day went really smoothly. I feel
Yeah, I thought it went great, and then
hit all our numbers, which is important.
Yeah,
and
that was crazy.
the Whirlpool Arm worked well. So I think we're cool. I think
And yeah, let's see how it tastes.
yeah, hopefully we'll do a follow up once we finish it, and maybe we'll can a couple beers, send them out your way.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
And that way you can taste the
Fruits of
effort.
our labor.
Yeah. Is there anything else we should hit before we grab lunch? Any other points? Grab lunch?
Yeah.
All right.
Gotcha.
Appreciate everybody jumping in the live stream, asking questions. If I missed some of your questions, I'm sorry. I was trying to keep up, but it's kind of tough. But we have a pretty good setup, so hopefully this went well and we can do more live streams, because I thought it was really fun.
Yeah, and we'll post the links on some of the descriptions, and if you ever have questions, info@whitelabs.com is a great spot.
Yeah,
and then
totally.
for you guys,
And then definitely buy this yeast. It'll show that they might want to work with us again, do some more yeast. So if it sells, I mean that's just how it works. So let's try and get everybody to buy the yeast. And if you have any questions on any of our products, the new 90 on the lid, the kegs, the Whirlpool Arm, whatever, just let us know. Info@Clawhammer Supply, and I'll be jumping on emails after lunch.
nice. Thank you.
Appreciate it.